Chapter 16:12. After this warm-up match was over, they would organize another match on a larger scale next year. It would be a match between the two teams the entire time, and it would be even more exciting than this. At 7:40 p.m., the two teams met at the intersection of the fourth combat zone. The members of the two teams patted each other's shoulders and thumped each other's chests as their laughter echoed in the night. When the two teams met, they did not stop. The two teams advanced side by side, one on the right and one on the left. Impressive. We were thinking of taking the time to explore your territory, but who knew that you were already there? You're different. The Demon King also arranged for us to visit your territory. But someone flashed a light in our direction, and the Demon King told us that we could return to the fourth combat zone tonight. When the members of both teams talked about this, they had helpless expressions on their faces. Li Jingyan, who was walking at the front, said to Xia Jinyuan, "We returned empty-handed." "Same here," Xia Jinyuan said with a smile. He would occasionally turn around and look behind him. "Tonight, the two teams can sit down and have a chat. Let's hear what you've learned over the past 2 days first." Li Jingyan knew he was anxious to find Yi Qian, so he said, "Qing Miao is in the middle of the group. She's not feeling too well." "Thank you. I'll go over and take a look now." When Xia Jinyuan heard that his girlfriend was not feeling well, he got a little anxious. "I'll come over to look for you later." "Sorry." With that, he turned around and strode off. Li Jingyan turned around and looked at his back. There was a hint of darkness in his cold eyes. Once again, he felt that Q King treated Qing Miao differently, but he could not pinpoint the difference. Xia Jinyuan had already walked up to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was talking to T6. When he came over, T6 wanted to make room for him, but he saw his captain holding his girlfriend's hand domineeringly and leaving the group. T6 pursed his lips and chuckled. He gave his captain a thumbs up. Xia Jinyuan only had eyes for his girlfriend. He did not have the time to look at his comrades. He held Yi Qian's hand under the cover of the night. The coldness made his heart sink a little. Other than the warmth in his palm, his fingers were cold. "Are you on your period?" he asked directly. He knew Yi Qian was shy, so he said, "I'm your boyfriend. As a man, I should know this. And as a boyfriend, I should know on my girlfriend's special days. How are you now? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Qian's face stiffened. She really didn't know that he knew about this. "I'm fine." After taking a deep breath, Yi Qian lowered her head and said softly, "Don't make a fuss. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." He tightened his grip on her hand slightly, his low voice filled with heartache. "You're so stubborn. Even Demon King Li has noticed that your body isn't in good condition. And your hands are so cold. You should be more careful when you're on your period." Yi Qian felt uncomfortable. Why did he keep bringing up her period? Let's talk about something else. "My hands will be cold after being in the rain. Will our teams be spending the night together tonight? We'll split up again after the two events tomorrow." Yi Qian started to change the topic. "It's a little different from what I imagined. At first, I thought it would be two teams competing every day." She was so shy that she even avoided talking about such a topic with him. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly. There was nothing else he could do but feel sorry for her. "Let me warm your hands for you. I'll come over later to help you warm your feet." Chapter 16:13. Don't doubt that Major Xia was just joking. He was serious about this matter. Sensing that Yi Jian didn't take his words to heart, Major Xia raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't say anything, but he planned to put his words into action tonight and let her know that he wasn't just joking. Yi Qian did not take his words seriously. The members of both teams would be together tonight. No matter how bold he was, he would not come to her place in the middle of the night. It was already past 10 p.m. when they arrived at the fourth combat zone. The members of both teams who had not slept in bed for a few days were already used to sleeping at night. They found a large rock that could shelter them from the wind. The two teams spread the waterproof cloth on the ground, then divided into groups to quickly set up the waterproof cloth. A simple shelter that could temporarily shelter them from the wind and rain was presented perfectly. To them, setting up a temporary tent to shelter them from the wind and rain did not take much time. It took less than 20 minutes for the 40-odd people to work together. Yi Qian was arranged to sleep in a position slightly further in. She was a female soldier, so she could train like a male soldier. However, in terms of daily life, there were still differences between men and women. The sleeping bag was a multi-purpose sleeping bag that was the same color as the forest combat uniform. It was windproof, rainproof, and cold-proof. If there was an enemy situation, she could quickly stand up and hide. It would not affect her flexibility. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were still talking. Both of them lowered their voices as they talked about the battle that had taken place over the past few days. Yi Qian, who had spread out the sleeping bags, glanced at them. Then, she silently spread out the sleeping bags that the two of them did not have time to spread out. Following that, she went to settle her own personal matters. She felt much more comfortable now. There was no longer that faint feeling of falling. Her body also felt much lighter. She believed that she would be able to completely recover after a good night's sleep. She didn't think that normal bloodshed would occur during the mission. How diligent. You even spread out sleeping bags for the two of us. Xia Jinyuan watched as Yi Qian left the team alone. He originally wanted to chase after her, but he held himself back. If he followed her at a time like this, his little fox would blush again. Also, she could have just spread out a sleeping bag for her boyfriend. Why would she spread it out for Demon King Li? Wasn't she tired? He would tell her about it later. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "You have a good relationship with Qing Niao. Not bad. After all, I watched her grow up." Xia Jinyuan answered calmly. It was obvious that he understood the meaning behind the Devil King's words, but he didn't want to answer directly for the time being. She's a very unique female soldier. I've only seen her in my life. In his entire life, he had only met her. Even though he didn't give a direct answer, he did explain a little to Li Jinyan. This explanation caused the darkness in Li Jinyan's cold eyes to waver a little. He had only seen her in his life. He wanted to say, was she the only one in his eyes? His heart suddenly felt a little stuffy. Xia Jinyuan did not give him time to think further. Instead, he went straight to the point. I've been training with you guys at the beach every day, so I really thought you guys weren't familiar with mountain warfare. Your commander is too humble. He's so humble that I really thought you guys weren't familiar with land warfare. During these 2 days of mountain warfare, I realized that you guys were definitely humble. I really admire you. You managed to lead the Storm Commandos in a little more than a year. You're proficient in all kinds of martial arts. You've made a newly formed team from nothing into an elite force. Demon King, you've contributed a lot. Chapter 16:14. With a cold expression, Li Jinyan stretched his long legs and changed into a more comfortable sitting position. He suppressed the irritation in his heart for some reason, and after a while, he said calmly, I've given a military order to train this team into a sharp knife within 2 years. It's been exactly 1.5 years now, so I only have half a year left. Back then, when we were named the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos, the Army hoped that we would be a team that could enter the sea and level the land instead of just fighting on the sea. If I slack off even a little, Commander Dong won't be able to answer to the Army. After all, it was Commander Dong who made him the captain of the Commandos despite all the difficulties in the first place. When it came to training, Li Jinyan was obviously more talkative than usual. In February this year, I took them to the junction of Guangdong and Guangxi, as well as Ulaanbaatar and the desert for a 2-month wilderness survival training. The results were still very good. There are 6 scouts in our team, 3 from the Army and 3 from the Navy. Through systematic training, the 6 of them exchanged their experiences from time to time. Now, there's no difference between the sea and the land for the 6 of them. There's a very big characteristic of the Storm Commandos, which is that not all of the members are from the Navy. They're formed from the sea, the Army, and the Air Force. Therefore, although our daily training revolves around the sea, we've never slacked off on land training. Otherwise, we wouldn't be qualified to be amphibious. His words made Xia Jinyuan nod repeatedly. He could already tell that although the Storm Commandos focused on the sea, they were not like stranded whales on land that could not move. Once they took off the rubber diving suits and put on a land combat uniform, the 2 of them were as fierce as tigers released from their cages. It's true that the Army doesn't only limit you to fighting on the sea. Being able to enter the sea and level the land is the Army's hope for you. And Xia Jinyuan's voice lowered a lot, and there was a hint of a smile in his voice. I have a guess. This unusual competition is very likely to be the army's observation of us. He and Li Jinyan had known each other for many years. With their mutual understanding, the Demon King must have had his suspicions long ago. It was just that he was a man of few words and did not like to say it out loud. Li Jinyan, who was taking off his helmet, was surprised when he heard this. He held the helmet in his hand and rubbed the edge of the helmet with his fingers. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks so. I feel that the military headquarters is selecting the best of the best." After saying that, the two people in the dark instantly fell silent. The night was too dark, and even though they were sitting so close to each other, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. They could only feel that each other's expressions were a little tense. Selecting the best of the best. It seems that not all of the members will go to war, but the quota is limited, Xia Jinyuan said softly. Now that you think about it, everything makes sense. This explained why they didn't fight together in this competition. Instead, they split up at the beginning, met up in the middle, and split up again at the end. Exhausting their abilities and stimulating their potential was one of the goals. But the most important goal was to select people. Even in a group of outstanding soldiers, there were superior, intermediate, and inferior ones. What the army wanted was the most superior soldiers. They wanted the best of the best, the best of the best. When Yiqian, who had just returned, heard the phrase, selecting the best of the best, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. When she heard Xia Jinyuan's last words, there was undisguised surprise in her eyes. Chapter 16:15. What's going on? Could it be that not everyone can go abroad to fight? She paused. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to her movements, saw that she hadn't moved. He apologized to Li Jinyan and hurriedly got up and walked over. His lowered voice couldn't hide his worry. Are you not feeling well? Do you need some hot water? No, I don't need it. Yiqian didn't expect him to come over directly. She quickly explained, I'm fine. I was just a little surprised when I heard what you said. Previously, the Major General said that she was going to train with the two teams to represent the country to fight abroad. If there was a selection, then she only had a 50% chance of being selected. Thinking of this, Yiqian's expression became serious. There was a hint of stubbornness between her eyebrows. If there was a selection, she definitely wouldn't run away. She would work harder to fight for the opportunity. That way, she wouldn't disappoint the Major General. The searchlight on the helmet was turned on. Xia Jinyuan looked at her face worriedly. Yes, her complexion was indeed much better than before. Her delicate lips also had a faint pink luster. Come and sit down. Let's talk about something. If there was a selection, of course, he wanted her to go. If not for anything else, he wanted her to fight for his pride. In the command center, the Major General and the Navy Commander looked at the red and green dots representing the two team captains. They had been in close contact for 10 minutes. The Major General raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He said to the Navy Commander helplessly, Old Dong, why do I feel like something is wrong? It's like they'll make a move tonight. There were certain loopholes in the arrangement of this competition. It wasn't surprising that they found out about the military's specific intentions. The Navy Commander sighed and said, Paper can't wrap fire. The competition has been going on for 3 days. The two team captains must have a lot of questions in their hearts. Now that they've met and asked each other a little, our ultimate goal can't be hidden. Or maybe they found out. Now they've guessed. Before he could finish his sentence, the Navy Commander saw the small, representing Qing Niao approaching. This is great. The three Zhuge are together. Tonight, they'll definitely know what we're trying to do. The Major General heard this and immediately looked back at the big screen. He laughed and said, I'm sure they've already guessed part of it. Now that the three of them are together, they're probably discussing this topic. Participating in the competition next year was no small matter. It was a matter of national glory. Although there were 44 elite special forces training together this time, there was a limit to the number of people who could represent the country in battle. Yi Qianjian had taken up one of the spots, so there were only 19 spots left. If the three of them know now. The Navy Commander smiled and said, Basically, the three of them are taking up the spots. So it doesn't matter if they know. As a battle commander, my analytical ability is naturally better than my team members. If they know, then let them know. Chapter 16:16. In that case, for the sake of fairness, let's announce it to all the team members. The Major General of the Army stopped smiling and looked at the big screen with a serious expression. Let them do their best for themselves. The Navy commander agreed and nodded. Only with competition can there be improvement. Only with motivation can there be hope. Let's see who will rise and fall. Just as the two senior generals had guessed, the three of them were indeed discussing this matter. Yi Jian said, "If that's the case, then I." She looked at the two black figures that couldn't be ignored even in the darkness around her. "I will do my best to become a female soldier who can stay. Then I can't lose." Xianxia's thin lips curved up slightly, revealing a faint, evil, and confident smile. "The female soldiers have all stayed. As the leader, I can't lose." Li Jinyan's answer was concise, as usual. "Same here. Then there's a very important question. Do we need to tell our comrades?" The military didn't give us any clear instructions. It's obvious that they don't want us to know. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, his handsome face darkened. "We need to contact the command center. Otherwise, it will not be fair to them, unless all three of us don't participate." However, this was impossible. This kind of thing was the captain's business. Although she didn't have the right to speak, she could still say something. Yi Qian pursed his lips and said, "I'm also one of the team members. Now that I know, the others don't know." Just as Q King said, it won't be fair to them. This was because everyone wanted to represent their country and fight for their country's glory. Contact the military. Contact the military. Two voices sounded at the same time. Xia Jinyuan looked at Li Jinyan and said, "Now, let's go together and contact each other." Yi Qian got up. "Then I won't disturb the two of you. I'll go back and rest first. Good night." The two young majors who still had work to do nodded and watched her leave. Soon, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army in the command center received a call from their proud subordinate. Just as they had guessed, they really called to ask for confirmation. 5 minutes later, the members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team and the Snow Region Special Forces were informed. The sudden news made them, who had always been calm, stunned for a few seconds. That's how it is. We guessed it 10 minutes before you guys did. After confirming with the military, we immediately gathered and informed our comrades. So, we're not just comrades, but also rivals. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to announce the news. For this kind of thing, the sooner it was announced, the better. The quota is limited. The military didn't tell you exactly how many quotas there are. You just need to remember that all of you have the opportunity to bring glory to our country. Whether you can represent our country or not depends on your own ability. Yi Jian, who was standing upright, suddenly recalled Uncle Jin's words. If you're strong enough, you'll definitely stand at the highest peak for the world to look up to. Suddenly, her heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Her pair of clear eyes seemed to be burning with a ball of fire, burning until her eyes were black and bright. For a moment, they were even more dazzling than diamonds. She didn't need the world to look up to her. She just needed to live up to this new life. Chapter 16:17. After the temporary assembly, Yi Qian could clearly feel that the atmosphere had changed. It was like a loaded arrow, filled with killing intent. "Go for it, brother. Okay, don't cry when you lose. Looks like I can't go easy on you anymore. Let's see who's better. Qing Niao, from now on, I can't treat you as a female soldier. If I offend you in any way, please forgive me. Because I'm a soldier and I have my mission. It tells me that I have to keep moving forward." Big Eel stood in front of Yi Qian. The water ghost looked at Yi Qian seriously. "From now on, we are comrades and also opponents." "Yes, Big Eel. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. So please don't treat me as a female soldier. Because a female soldier will not admit defeat just because she is a female soldier. Because a female soldier is also a soldier and has a fearless military spirit." Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and answered him seriously. She was a female soldier, but she had her own beliefs and pursuits. She was ready to go and fight for glory. Xianxia, who was standing behind her, smiled. His handsome and elegant face had a deep smile. As he looked at his girlfriend, the gentleness in his eyes rippled like water. After Big Eel left, he took a few steps forward and stood a certain distance away. The tall man stood quietly and looked at her deeply. "Qing Yao, I'm the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed Q King. From tonight onwards, you are my comrade and also my opponent. I won't be modest just because you are a female soldier, and I won't give you special treatment because of our relationship. I'm a soldier, I have my principles, and I have my mission. As for you, as a soldier, you don't need others to be modest, nor do you need special treatment. I will always believe in you. I believe that as a female soldier, you will overcome all obstacles and become an outstanding Special Forces soldier." As her boyfriend, Major Xia also said the same thing to his girlfriend. Look, this was the love between them. It was a unique love, a love that was even more dazzling than those romantic relationships. They were lovers, comrades in arms, and rivals. Their love in this life would be more exciting than anyone else's love. Yiqian turned around and looked at the young major who had always spurred him on. His bright eyes were like crescent moons as he smiled. "Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you, Q King. Thank you, my boyfriend. You used your unique way to protect her growth and made her so happy." Not far away, Li Jinyan smiled as he watched. He finally understood why he had a subtle feeling every time he saw the two of them. As long as the two of them were together, their smiles, their words, even if they were just standing together and not doing anything, there was a kind of intimacy that no one could get close to. Turning around, Li Jinyan returned to his seat without hesitation. At the same time, he moved his sleeping bag a little further away, leaving more space for the two of them who couldn't be intruded. They were comrades in arms, rivals, and lovers. It was already very late at night. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in his sleeping bag, turned slightly to his side. He used his hands to tightly hug Yi Qian's cold feet, using his body temperature to warm them up. He wouldn't give in to her during the competition, but in life, he would definitely do his best to take care of her and make her happy. Yi Qian struggled for a while and stopped moving. He had already experienced his stubbornness. He was a man of his words. When he said that he would cover her feet, he definitely wasn't joking. Chapter 16:18. That night, Yi Jian slept very soundly. Her cold feet seemed to be warmed by a ball of fire. The warmth spread from the soles of her feet to her limbs and bones. It was so warm that when she opened her eyes and woke up, she found that her forehead was slightly sweaty. Realizing that her legs were still in his arms, Yi Jian's face, which was full of vitality, blushed even more. She kicked her legs lightly, trying to get out of his arms. As soon as she moved, the man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His handsome eyes were like the cold moon breaking through the clouds. His gaze was so cold that it was suffused with a little bit of cold light. His hand was already holding the rifle. The moment he opened his eyes, Xia Jinyuan entered combat mode. This was a man who, as long as he was wearing his military uniform, combat uniform, or training uniform, was always in combat mode or in preparation for combat, no matter what he was doing at the time. At this moment, Yi Qian quickly pulled her feet back and sat up quickly, looking like she was about to get out of bed and get ready to get up. It was still early. The assembly time was 5:30 in the morning. Right now, Yi Qian looked at the time. It was still 15 minutes to 5 o'clock. She remembered that Xia Jinyuan didn't agree to it. He hugged her feet again and didn't get up. He lazily said, "You can still sleep for a while. Don't worry. None of our comrades are up now. If you stand like this, the sentinels will notice you. If they notice you, they will notice me. Little fox, do you think the sentinels will see me hugging your feet?" Major Xia, who had his eyes closed, said softly. Because he had just woken up, his deep and slightly cold voice had a hint of sexy hoarseness. "If you want the sentinels to see you, just sit. I won't mind." Yi Qian didn't think too much about it. After being reminded, she raised her eyes like a deer and looked around vigilantly. Her comrades hadn't gotten up yet. The sentinels were 5 meters away from them. Fortunately, they didn't notice her little action. The major, who had his eyes closed, seemed to know what she was doing. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep, dark eyes were filled with smiles. The sentries are the scouts of the water ghouls. Little fox, do you want to continue sitting there? She didn't dare to continue being a role model. Yi Qian, whose heart was racing, was afraid that she would wake her comrades up if she spoke. She could only lie down again. She helplessly said to the major who was hugging her feet, "Hurry up and let go. It's going to be dawn soon. It won't be good if they see us. There's still some time before dawn. Don't worry. Why don't you sleep beside me for a while longer?" The major had his eyes closed, and he wasn't worried about being discovered in the slightest. He said in a calm and collected manner, "With me here, do you still need to worry about being discovered? If they see us, they'll see their comrades taking care of their comrades." Major Xia was the best at arguing irrationally. He wasn't worried, but she was. Yi Jian, who did not dare to move too much, did not directly argue with the unreasonable man in order to successfully withdraw her feet. Instead, she negotiated with him. "Then you have to let go of me so that I can go over." When he let go, she immediately got up. Xia Jinyuan knew his girlfriend very well. If he let go, she would run away immediately. He was even worried that his comrades would see him covering her feet. If the two of them slept side by side, TSK, 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 would little fox be willing? Don't even think about it. The shy little fox would never agree to it. Chapter 16:19. How about I hug your feet and warm you up a little more? Are you satisfied with being treated like a human furnace? Major Xia, who had seen through her little plan, remained unmoved and only hugged her feet tightly. The military multi-purpose sleeping bag was different from normal sleeping bags. Normal sleeping bags were designed according to the human body, with wide shoulders and narrow feet. The multi-purpose sleeping bags they were using now had sleeves that resembled clothes. It was designed to make it easier for soldiers to quickly grab their guns when they noticed something unusual while sleeping. The sleeping bag had a double-ended zipper. In order to allow Yi Qian's legs to be close to his body, Xia Jinyuan pulled the zipper up to his chest and hugged Yi Qian's legs. Therefore, as long as Yi Qian moved slightly, he could feel the wind in the mountains rushing towards his chest. Therefore, he sighed softly and said, "Don't move. My chest is cold. You don't want me to catch a cold, right?" She could still rest for a while. She was in a special situation right now, so she had to rest well. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was deliberately acting pitiful, he couldn't bear it and could only whisper, "I'm much better now. I wasn't in good condition yesterday, mainly because I've been soaking in the water every day. Now, I'm really fine after sleeping for a night. If you don't believe me, I'll come over and let you take a look." Xia Jinyuan believed him. When he heard this, he let go of his hands and sat up. He reached his right hand out of the sleeves of the sleeping bag and gently stroked Yi Qian's cheek. It was very warm. His body temperature was indeed much more normal than last night. As for whether his qi and blood were good, there was no way to tell at the moment. He could only wait until dawn to find out. Finally, he could pull his legs back. Yi Qian instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and even his expression became lighter. He didn't stop Xia Jinyuan from stroking his face. "Do you feel that my body is much warmer?" She felt the gentle touch of his fingers on her face. It was very light and very soft, like a flower gently falling in her heart, filled with a sweet floral fragrance that made her feel sweet. Yi Qian smiled at the man, who only had a rough outline. The corners of his mouth were a little deep. "I couldn't take care of my body during training, but I won't push myself when I'm resting." During training and missions, no matter how bad her body was, she had to hold on. This was the tenacious willpower that a soldier must have. When she was resting, she would adjust her body so that her body wouldn't be unable to get the rest it needed when she was resting. She needed to be strong, but she wouldn't push herself just for a moment of strength. Xia Jinyuan then looked at his girlfriend sitting in front of him and laughed softly. "Indeed, it seems like I was a human furnace last night. You sound like you're energetic, so there shouldn't be any big problems. I can't bear this kind of thing for you, so I'll have to trouble you." Yi Qian. It was better to change the topic. She didn't want to talk about her physical problems at all. However, it was indeed because of him that she was able to sleep so soundly last night. She thanked him graciously. Yes, thanks to Q King for taking care of me last night. I'm so energetic now. How are you going to thank me? Xia Jinyuan didn't give Yi Qian any time to catch her breath. He quickly said, I'll be happier if you thank me sincerely. Of course, we can only record it now. We'll talk about it after training. After bringing his girlfriend to his unit, Major Xia suddenly realized that he could occasionally seize the time to talk about love and romance. It had to be said that this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 16:20. Some of his comrades had already woken up. Hearing the rustling sounds, Yi Qian's heart tightened. He quickly scanned his surroundings, afraid that someone had clearly heard their conversation. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. In the light of the morning sun, Yi Qian realized that Demon King Li, who should have been the closest to them, was now at least 2 meters away. In other words, this area was occupied by her and Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan followed her line of sight. His gaze swept over Li Jinyan once before he retracted it. It was easy to deal with smart people. Although he didn't directly mention his relationship with Yi Qian, the Demon King had already guessed it. He even intentionally distanced himself, leaving enough space for him and Yi Qian. Demon King, you're really something? At the same time, he believed that this man wouldn't tell anyone about his relationship with Yi Qian. As for why he wanted to leak some information to Demon King Li, it was very simple. He realized that Demon King Li's gaze had been lingering on his girlfriend for a long time. This wasn't a good sign. He had to stop it. Such an outstanding little fox wouldn't lack people who had designs on her. He also couldn't defeat all the men who had designs on her, but that didn't stop him from declaring his authority as her boyfriend. Since he knew, he had to attack and not give the other party a chance. The love letter incident, he had to learn from it. Yi Qian didn't know that the man beside him had already quietly declared his authority as her boyfriend. Seeing that Demon King Li had distanced himself from them, he sighed in relief. Seeing that a few of his comrades had already gotten up, he immediately said, I can't thank you enough. If you really want to thank me, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll record it first. Also, don't collect interest. Major Xia, who had originally planned to collect some small interests such as a kiss, a gift, and so on, decided against it. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to collect his capital when the time came. He also heard the commotion of his comrades getting up. He knew that the short time between the two of them had to come to an end. Besides, he also didn't want everyone to know about his relationship with Yi Qian. Even if he wanted to announce it, he had to wait until Yi Qian had entered the Snowfield Brigade and achieved a certain level of success. Only then would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. The members of both teams did not have the habit of sleeping in. In addition, they all knew that this competition was also a qualifier. Everyone was doing their best to fight for a spot. The competition had already begun. If they did not want to be eliminated, they had to give it their all. Although they had also done their best before, they would fight even harder now, so she had to do her best too. Yi Qian had already packed the sleeping bags. When he turned around, he saw that Xia Jinyuan had finished packing all her equipment. He said to her, Go ahead and walk around. Come back and meet us at 5:30. There was a small stream in front of them, so they could simply wash up. There were still 23 minutes left. Yi Qian saw that Demon King Li was also packing up and had yet to assemble his team. She nodded and followed him into the forest. Before she left, she quickly felt around in her bag and calmly placed one hand in the pocket of her combat uniform. Only then did she catch up with Xia Jinyuan. His girlfriend's little movements were seen by his boyfriend, but he didn't point it out. Instead, his thin lips curved into a sexy arc. She was really cute. So cute that he couldn't help but want to tease her again. No, if he teased her again, his little fox would reveal her hidden claws. She would fly into a rage out of humiliation and scratch his face with her claws. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 16:21. In the morning, Yi Qian naturally had to deal with her personal matters again. Fortunately, she only had 3 days. After 3 days, she would have 4 days of small tasks, so she didn't have to go through so much trouble. After entering the forest, Yi Qian took advantage of Xia Jinyuan's time to wash up. She immediately dealt with her own matters and cleaned up any traces she left behind. The forest was very quiet, and there was even a faint mist surrounding it. The early birds were already chirping happily on the branches, playing Ode to Joy for the couple who could take a walk together for the time being. Xia Jinyuan didn't mention anything about personal matters again. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Today and tomorrow will be the most tiring 2 days. Do you remember the captive plan that I told you about? From this afternoon onwards, Qing Yao, you have to be careful. Be careful that you don't get kidnapped by us." The captive plan could be said to be the highlight of the competition. It was also the competition that tested the individual combat ability of a soldier the most. Especially last night, all of her comrades knew that this would be a selection competition, so individual combat would only be more rigorous and fierce. Xia Jinyuan's reminder made Yi Qian feel a chill in her heart. He was right. She really had to be careful. If she was captured, she would very likely miss the opportunity to go overseas to fight. That was definitely not what she wanted. Don't be too stressed. You are a soldier personally trained by Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun was the strongest soldier of his generation. Qing Yao, do you know that it is a blessing to learn from the best soldier of his generation? Yi Qian's gaze moved slightly. Uncle Chun once told her that he went on a big mission more than 7 years ago. There were a total of 10 soldier elites, but only 4 of them returned alive. But from Captain Xia's tone, it seemed that Uncle Chun belonged to the glory of that era and was not an ordinary soldier elite at all. Besides, Uncle Chun rarely mentioned his past to her. Except for the day when they started the purgatory training, Uncle Chun never mentioned anything about their military experiences more than 7 years ago. Most importantly, Uncle Chun was obviously hiding something from her at that time. Uncle Chun was discharged from the army in 1987, but he claimed that he had been exposed after completing a mission 7 years ago because he was given the identity of the world sniper. In order to ensure his safety, the military spent 3 months preparing to erase Uncle Chun's identity. He became an international sacrifice, but was actually still alive. However, Uncle Chun only left the army in 1987. There was a long time between 1987 and 1987. However, after that, Uncle Chun never mentioned his past in the army, nor did he mention his glorious past. She even asked him about it later, but Uncle Chun just smiled and said to her casually, "Let bygones be bygones. Some things are only suitable for one person to remember, and they can only belong to one person." At that time, she felt that Uncle Chun had something to say. The sadness in his eyes was so deep that she felt a little sour in her nose. She could not ask him any further. Until now, Uncle Chun was still the most mysterious family member in her heart. Xia Jinyuan sensed that something was wrong and could not help but ask, "You don't know about Uncle Chun?" "I know a little, but not much. Uncle Chun only mentioned him to me once," Yi Qian said in a low voice. Although he did not mention much, she knew that Uncle Chun must have been very powerful in the past. Uncle Chun could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, hit 3 targets with 1 shot, and other legendary sniping skills that Uncle Chun could perform. Should she ask around in front of Captain Xia? Since Uncle Chun did not want to tell her, there must be a reason why he could not tell her. Was she being disrespectful to Uncle Chun if she insisted on asking? Chapter 16:22. But when she thought about how Uncle Chun had deliberately avoided it, she felt a little uneasy. His identity had been exposed. It had been so many years, so it should be fine. After a slight change in her gaze, Yi Jian asked, "Captain Xia, I'd like to ask you something. Is Uncle Chun a unique soldier king or a soldier king in an army?" The one and only soldier king, the legend of the sniper world. To this day, Uncle Chun still holds the throne of the sniper world. No one can replace him. Xia Jinyuan's expression turned solemn when he mentioned his predecessor's achievements. His voice was filled with respect. Uncle Chun can be said to be a legend that many people do not believe. Yi Qian was shocked. The one and only soldier king, a legend that many people do not believe. Uncle Chun didn't tell him about this at all. Xia Jinyuan was also a little surprised. He thought that Yi Qian knew everything about Uncle Chun, but her expression told him that she did not know about Uncle Chen's past achievements. Uncle Chen never mentioned that he was a soldier king to you? Xia Jinyuan frowned. Uncle Chen had never mentioned it to her. Why? When he trained Yi Qian, did Uncle Chen not mention anything about his past? Yi Qian shook her head gently. I only know that Uncle Chen had 10 soldier kings go on a mission together with him in the 70s. In the end, only 4 soldier kings came back alive. Other than that, Uncle Chen never mentioned anything about him. Among the 10 soldier kings, Uncle Chen was the real soldier king. Xia Jinyuan added, in that era, Uncle Chen's sniping skills and individual combat ability made him the soldier king in the army. The soldier kings who went on missions with him were all defeated by Uncle Chen. That was why Uncle Chen was said to be the one and only soldier king. Yi Qian, who had never heard of Uncle Chen's personal history, was shocked beyond words. To this day, the god of sniping still belongs to Uncle Chen. No one can replace him. From 1987 until 1999, when Uncle Chen retired, no one had been able to defeat Uncle Chen's battle record for the past 12 years. So that was how the world-class sniper came to be. However, when Uncle Chen mentioned this, he casually told her that it was just for fame. From his tone, it sounded as if everything was fake and could not be taken seriously. Xia Jinyuan's eyes gradually darkened. Yi Qian was Uncle Chen's only successor, and his sniping skills were all personally trained by Uncle Chen. Why didn't Uncle Chen mention him to him? Could it be? Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian in a deep voice. Do you know why Uncle Chen retired? Yes, I do. Yi Qian saw that Xia Jinyuan's face was a little gloomy, so he couldn't help but lower his voice. His personal identity was exposed. In order to avoid some trouble, after 3 months of military deployment, Uncle Chen retired as a sacrifice. In other words, Uncle Chen's identity was still a secret and could not be revealed to anyone. Xia Jinyuan's expression softened a little. If that was the case, Uncle Chen did tell Yi Qian a thing or two, but he didn't say too much. He then said, Uncle Chen is a legend, and even more so, a legend in the sniping world. Even after he retired, there were still countless people searching for him. Uncle Chen's situation is a little complicated. Since he didn't tell you too much, he must have his reasons. And you just need to remember that you are a sniper personally trained by Uncle Chen. Don't embarrass Uncle Chen, understand? Xia Jinyuan reminded him, then calmly changed the topic and stopped mentioning Uncle Chen. Chapter 1623. Uncle Chen didn't tell Yi Qian because he didn't want Yi Qian to worry. More importantly, he wanted to protect Yi Qian, so he definitely couldn't mention Uncle Chen's past to Yi Qian. Today, he almost made a big mistake. He thought that since Uncle Chen and Yi Qian were relatives, Yi Qian should know everything about him. Yi Qian pursed her lips. Uncle Chen didn't want to tell her. Captain Xia didn't want to tell her either. Why did they have to hide it from her? Could it be that Uncle Chen was still in danger? What other secrets did Uncle Chen have? Was it a dangerous secret? Yi Jian, who was sensitive, lowered her eyes. The complicated emotions in her eyes were covered by her long and thick eyelashes. She was a little worried. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he knew that his words had disturbed Yi Qian's emotions. After the training, he had to give Uncle Chen a call immediately and apologize to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, who was far away in Shuku village, opened the wooden door. When he saw who was knocking on the door with the help of the light, his resolute face suddenly changed. Hello. Is this the home of Martyr's son Xueching? At the door, Chief Kai of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau asked politely. I'm looking for her daughter, Yi Qian. Uncle Chen sighed softly and said politely, Yes, please come in. After Chief Kai entered the room and sat down, he looked at the middle-aged man who wasn't much older than him. He lowered his head to hide the confusion in his eyes as he drank tea. This man, why did he look so familiar? He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. After getting dressed and washing up, Uncle Chen also looked at the middle-aged man who was drinking tea. His eyes were also filled with confusion. He knew who he was. He was Yi Qian's mother's former comrade. He had seen him in photos before. My apologies for intruding. Chief Kai did not try to figure out who this familiar middle-aged man was. Instead, he took the initiative to state his intentions. I'm here to look for my comrade's daughter, Yi Qian. May I know who you are? Uncle Chen sat down and took a sip of hot tea before answering. I'm Yi Qian's uncle. My surname is Chun. What business do you have with Yi Qian? She's not home now. Before coming here, Chief Kai had already asked around and found out that Yi Qian had been taken care of by an old revolutionary and her junior high school's principal Chun. It could be said that if it weren't for the two of them, Yi Qian might have been spoiled by her uncle's family. So you're Principal Chun. Hello, Principal Chun. My surname is Kai. I was Martyr's son, Xueqing's comrade. Seeing that he had found the right person, the smile on his face couldn't help but become more genuine. He opened his briefcase and took out a yellow diary. This is son Xueqing's legacy. Principal Chun, can you pass this to Yi Qian for me? Last time, I met her in a hurry in Tongzhou. We parted ways after a few words. Seeing her is like seeing the glory of Martyr's son Xueqing, a daughter inheriting her mother's will. This is an amazing child. He had actually met Yi Qian before. Uncle Chun, whose expression had eased a little, suddenly darkened again. He did not take the diary. Instead, he looked at the old friend who had suddenly come to visit with a sharp gaze. I wonder if Mr. Kai has mentioned anything about her mother to little Yi? Principal Chun, don't worry. I know what's important. I haven't said a word about Martyr's son Xueqing yet. Seeing Principal Chen's sharp gaze, Chief Kai straightened his body slightly and said with a serious expression, "It seems that Principal Chen also knows about Martyr's son Xueqing. I haven't mentioned this to Yi Qian yet because I have many questions myself." Chapter 16:24. The morning breeze blew in through the open door, bringing with it the chill of winter. Principal Chun looked solemnly at the open door of the central room and said to Chief Kai, "If you don't mind, let's sit in the kitchen. We can talk while warming ourselves up. How about that?" He didn't know if anyone in the village had seen this Mr. Kai before. There were a few famous gossipy women in the village. If they saw him, they would probably gossip about him. The village was small, so if a stranger came in, it was inevitable that everyone would ask a few questions. This was the typical village life. No one had bad intentions, so when they gathered together, they would gossip about each other. There were almost no secrets to speak of. "I don't mind. Please lead the way." Chief Kai smiled and stood up first. He had a good impression of Principal Chun. He saw a familiar aura in him, the mighty aura of a soldier. As retired soldiers, he felt that the distance between them was much closer. Yi Qian's house was an old house from the 1980s, unlike the small red brick houses that were being built in the village. They were all made of mud bricks and painted with white lime powder. Although they were old, they were clean and clean. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The kitchen was used to heat the fire. Principal Chun usually ate here as well. He would burn the chopped firewood and set up an old-fashioned kettle. Chief Kai smiled when he saw this. "I haven't seen this kettle in a long time. I used to see it in the army." When they talked about the army, Principal Chun, who was also a retired soldier, also smiled. "Our village still uses this kettle. It's convenient and durable. The water it heats is also delicious." The conversation became more relaxed, and there was no coldness like before when they met. Unknowingly, the water in the fire boiled, and white steam rose from the kettle. Principal Chun put on a pair of gloves and picked up the handle of the kettle, which was blackened by the smoke from the firewood, to brew a new cup of tea. He handed it to Chief Kai and sighed. "Old Kai, tell me about Yi Qian's mother." Half an hour later, one called him Old Kai, while the other called him Old Brother. Yi Qian looks like her mother, but she looks calmer than her mother. She also has the aura of a soldier. Chief Kai took a sip of the hot tea that had just been brewed. The tea leaves were also self-made, and the fragrance of the tea filled his mouth. The firewood crackled as it burned, and the light from the fire illuminated Chief Kai's face, revealing a hint of melancholy. "Although I've only met Yi Qian once, I can tell that this child is very opinionated. He's exceptionally calm when something happens, and he has the courage to make prompt decisions. Yes, this child is more opinionated and stronger than her mother." Principal Chen nodded. After talking for more than half an hour, he could tell that he used to have a good relationship with Yi Qian's mother. They had a very deep friendship. Therefore, when he mentioned Yi Qian, it was as if he was talking about his own child. He had the tolerance and love of an elder. Chief Kai recalled how he had interacted with his former comrade, and there was both joy and sadness in his eyes. With such an outstanding child, Hongmei can rest assured in the underworld. Yi Qian was only 3 years old when she sacrificed herself. At such a young age, she was already an orphan. Fortunately, Yu and the old senior who passed away supported her and took care of her. Otherwise, this girl would have been spoiled by her uncle. Chief Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility when he said the last sentence. Yi Qian is a sensible person. She knows clearly in her heart who treats her badly and who treats her well. Her uncle doesn't do things the right way, but Yi Qian is a domineering child who knows what's important. Chapter 16:25. She knows what's most important to her, what she can give up on, and what she can put aside for the time being. We took care of her because she's worthy of being taken care of. She's talented, responsible, and a child who can achieve great things. If she's really useless, we wouldn't have nurtured her like this. Principal Chun didn't have any intention of claiming credit. Instead, he spoke very calmly and wasn't afraid that Chief Kai would misunderstand. That was the case. Why did the first-rank sergeant major's uncle want to nurture Yi Qian? Firstly, it was because of Yi Qian's mother. Secondly, it was because Yi Qian had matured and was no longer as weak and incompetent as before. Thirdly, it was because of her ability and talent. It was the same for him. If it wasn't for Yi Qian's ability and talent, he wouldn't have risked his identity being exposed to nurture her. At the time, that was indeed what he thought. However, the more he interacted with Yi Qian, the more he felt that she had a rare and precious quality. She had a clear distinction between good and evil, and she had a righteous heart. She never complained about being tired during training. Even if her body hurt, she would grit her teeth and persevere. As long as one interacted with Yi Qian for a long time, they would know that she was a good girl who deserved to be doted on. After all, Chief Kai didn't know Yi Qian very well. However, her courage to solve the problem last time had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when Principal Chun mentioned Yi Qian, he felt that Yi Qian was the real Yi Qian. He didn't know why, but he believed in her so much. It was probably the so-called love the crow, love the crow. The pupil will surpass the master. She's better than her mother. This is also Hongmei's wish. Chief Kai laughed softly. There was a hint of gentleness in the corners of his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, leaving only a hint of sharpness. It's a pity that Hongmei didn't see it. If she was still alive, she would be so happy to see her child so successful. From a sudden change in his expression, Principal Chun could tell that something was amiss. He had never met Yi Qian's mother, but he had heard from his uncle that none of the girls in the surrounding villages could compare to her. After he joined the army, he joined an all-male unit. Outstanding girls would always be admired by the male soldiers. Just like Yi Qian, a few days ago, Lu Tuan even joked that one of the Shanghai veterans, who had been ruthlessly beaten up by Yi Qian, had been admitted to a university. He had specially asked Lu Tuan about Yi Qian's personal information and had even said that he wanted to pursue Yi Qian. What was even more laughable was that this Shanghai soldier's family actually supported him. They even called the military instructor, hoping that the military would help their son get a girlfriend. It was also a burden to keep the past in one's heart after so many years. Headmaster Qin couldn't help but pat Chief Kai's shoulder. Lil Yi often goes to the martyrs' cemetery to visit her mother. She's very filial and stronger than we imagined. But she still has a lot of things to do, such as finding out the real culprit behind Hongmei's death. The sad conversation was suddenly filled with sharpness because of Chief Kai's sudden words. The middle-aged veteran, who is now the director of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau, looked at Principal Chun calmly. "Brother, I'm here to tell Yi Qian that her mother's sacrifice is true, but if it weren't for someone leaking her identity, Hongmei would never have been sacrificed." The firewood was still burning brightly, and the heat it emitted made people feel warm and comfortable. Occasionally, sparks would splash, and bits of stardust would flash across the sky. The red light would disappear after a short while. Chapter 16:26. Just like the fire in Chief Kai's eyes, because Principal Chun did not answer for a long time. It went from bright to dark and eventually turned into ashes. There was not a trace of light left. "Brother, you don't believe me, right?" Chief Kai sighed heavily, the corners of his mouth full of bitterness. "Yes, it's been almost 20 years. Who would believe me? If I don't believe it myself, who will believe what I say?" Chief Kai, who had retired from the military and relied on his own abilities to get to where he was today, sighed heavily again, as if he wanted to spit out all the pent-up sorrow in his heart. "It's been almost 20 years. If it wasn't for Yi Qian's appearance, perhaps I would have been so muddle-headed for the rest of my life." Before Hong Mei left, she said that if she sacrificed herself, she asked our comrades in the military to take good care of her daughter. "Brother, we didn't agree and even said that she was overthinking things. Who knew that she already had a premonition that she would sacrifice herself?" The fire burned too brightly. Principal Chun used a pair of tongs to take out a piece of firewood and then used the ashes to extinguish the flames. Principal Chen's voice came through the subtle movements. When she left the village, she actually left with the thought that she would die. Because at that time, Yi Qian's mother already had a vague idea that she might not be able to return. Principal Chen's expression did not change much when he said such a big thing, because he already knew a thing or two from Uncle General Chief Kai's face was full of shock. He thought that even Yi Qian did not know, but now that he heard that she actually had a vague idea, the extinguished fire in Chief Kai's eyes burned brighter and brighter than before. Principal Chen looked at him quietly and said softly, "Don't worry, the Yi girl will investigate thoroughly. But we hope that at least 2 years after she graduates from the military academy and has a firm foothold in the military before investigating her mother's matter. We didn't tell the Yi girl because this child has her suspicions, and she already has a suspect, but she can't get away to investigate at the moment." Principal Chen's face darkened slightly as he spoke slowly. His calm tone was laced with a hint of coldness. "We will investigate it thoroughly, but not now." Chief Kai couldn't accept it. "Since you already know, why not now? It's been so many years. If we don't investigate further, it's very likely that we'll never find out who the real culprit is. If Yi Qian is being targeted right now, and if she makes a move, she will be hurt. Are you willing to see that happen?" Principal Chen's words made the sharpness in Chief Kai's eyes suddenly sink, forcing him to suppress all of his anger. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "It seems that the real culprit is already in a very high position. In the 3rd year after Hong Mei's death, a group of our comrades retired. In September, we wrote a letter to the town, and in early October, we received a reply saying that Yi Qian had died young after falling into the water. At the end of December, we sent a retired comrade to Fujian town to investigate personally. He also received news that Yi Qian had died young. After that, we didn't inquire further, and we all believed that the news was true. When I met Yi Qian in Tongzhou, she told me personally that she thought it was a miracle that she was able to survive safely. From that, I knew that someone had been secretly preventing us from inquiring about Yi Qian. They even bribed the comrades we sent to confirm the news, so that we would completely believe that the daughter of Hong Mei had died young after falling into the water. Then, brother, you said that Yi Qian is being targeted right now, and if she makes a move, she will be hurt. This is the thing that our old comrades don't want to see the most. The real culprit is preventing us from meeting Yi Qian because they're afraid that we'll tell Yi Qian about Hong Mei's death back then." Chapter 16:27. The more he spoke, the colder Chief Kai's expression became. Principal Chen frowned as he listened. He didn't expect Yi Qian's mother's comrades to have come to Fujian town. He also didn't expect to receive news of Yi Qian's premature death 3 years after her death. Wasn't that when Yi Zhifan was transferred to Fujian town's government office? Principal Chun couldn't help but say, "The situation is more complicated than you think. Someone tried their best to stop you from meeting Yi Qian, and at the same time, ordered Yi Zhifan's family to raise Yi Qian so that the truth behind Yi Qian's mother's death would never be revealed. If even the biological daughter didn't investigate the truth behind her mother's death, then who would? No one would pay attention to something that happened more than 10 years ago, and no one would deliberately investigate it. Even if it was Lao Kai, he probably wouldn't have investigated Yi Jian if he hadn't met her. After all, it had happened so long ago. Who would remember? Even Uncle Jin didn't want Yi Qian to investigate further. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept his secret for so long. But if Yi Qian insisted on investigating, he wouldn't stop him. Chief Kai's brows furrowed even tighter. He fumbled around in his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. Holding the cigarettes, he bent over and lit them up by the firewood. He took a few deep puffs and exhaled a string of smoke. He kept thinking in his heart and mind. No, he couldn't let Yi Qian take the risk. He couldn't let Hong, Mei's only daughter, take the risk. If something happened to Yi Qian, he wouldn't be able to answer to Hong Mei. Principal Chen didn't say anything. To investigate or not to investigate. He and Uncle Jin had the same idea. As long as Yi Qian went far and stood high, they didn't want her to lose her happiness because of hatred. Old Chen, let me investigate Hong Mei's matter. I'll let you know if there's any news. I waited so long to find out that Hong Mei's daughter is still alive. As long as Yi Qian wants to investigate, I will definitely help him. After finishing his cigarette, Chief Kai didn't have any expression on his face. This high-ranking police chief said word by word, "My life was saved by Hong Mei. Now, it's time for me to repay her with my life. Brother, tell Yi Qian not to touch her for the time being. Let me do it." Principal Chun did not say anything else. He only asked, "Why must we investigate?" "Brother, let me tell you about Hong Mei. You'll know why I'm doing this after you hear it." When he mentioned his comrades who had sacrificed themselves, a gentle look appeared in Chief Kai's eyes again as he reminisced about those days when he was young. That year, China began to form a female special forces unit to carry out special and dangerous missions that male soldiers could not complete. Hong Mei stood out from more than 6,000 female soldiers and appeared in their unit in a clean military uniform, becoming the flower of the unit. She risked her life even more than the male soldiers. One of her comrades mistakenly used a grenade. Seeing that a serious accident was about to happen, it was Hong Mei who kicked the grenade away. The male soldier was bitten by a poisonous snake. Without saying anything, Hong Mei possessed his body to take the poison and save his life. When they encountered an avalanche, Hong Mei ignored the risk of her own life and relied on her own strength to drag 2 male soldiers whose legs were broken. When they entered the desert and encountered a sandstorm, the entire unit got lost. It was Hong Mei's bottle of water that saved the lives of 20 people in the unit. His life was supposed to be sacrificed at some border, but Hong Mei braved the hail of bullets to save him. Her calf and shoulder were pierced by shrapnel. Chapter 1628. Although Hong Mei was only a female soldier, the bravery and fearlessness she displayed made all the male soldiers respect her. "Brother, Hong Mei is just that good. She's just that worthy of respect." Back then, the Prime Minister personally put the red flag on her because he knew about Hong Mei's heroic deeds and called on the entire military to learn from her. Whenever Sun Xueqing was mentioned, Chief Kai's sitting posture would be the standard one he used to hold meetings in the army. His back was straight, his legs were slightly pressed together, and the hand holding the cigarette was placed respectfully on his knees. Needless to say, the expression on his face was solemn, dignified, and full of respect. Principal Chin did not know much about Yi Qian's mother. After he heard everything, this world-class sniper was full of respect for this martyr who had sacrificed herself. In that case, Yi Qian really resembles her mother. She was brave and fearless, completely unafraid of sacrifice. But this child is much stronger than Hong Mei. She will not be swayed by emotions. Chief Kai pointed out the biggest difference between the mother and daughter. Hong Mei's fatal flaw is that she is soft-hearted. She is very soft-hearted and easily trusts others. She always thinks that people are kind, but she ignores the complexity of human nature. Yi Qian is different. Although I've only met Yi Qian once, the way she handles things is not something Hong Mei can compare to. If Hong Mei had made a prompt decision back then, perhaps none of the subsequent events would have happened. Although he did not find Yi Qian, Chief Kai felt that his trip was not in vain. As long as Hong Mei's daughter also suspected her mother's death and was interested in investigating it. Then he could rest assured. Although I suspected that Hong Mei's sacrifice was suspicious, I really did not think of going back to investigate it. After all, 17 years have passed. In addition, because of Hong Mei's sacrifice, a few things happened in the unit. After sending Hong Mei away, all the comrades in the unit devoted themselves to new missions, and so did I. By the time we came back, more than half a year had passed. Even if I thought that Hong Mei's sacrifice was suspicious, I did not think too much about it because of the time constraints. This time, when I saw Yi Qian, this child did not know much about her mother. This made me very sad. Her mother is so outstanding and dedicated her life to the country, but her child doesn't even know what kind of soldier she is. This shouldn't be. In order to let Yi Qian understand her mother better, I went back to my old unit, but I found that there was no more information about Hong Mei in my old unit. I asked the young soldiers. None of them knew that there used to be such a respected martyr who was their senior. Chief Kai, whose eyes were filled with sparks, seemed to have turned red as well. The fist on his knee suddenly clenched, and even the still burning cigarette was clenched in his palm. He was so angry that he didn't even feel the cigarette burning his palm. This is a deliberate attempt to cover it up. This is intentional. He wanted to completely erase Hong Mei's existence. A soldier had sacrificed himself for the country, leaving behind only a daughter who was crying piteously for food. Not only did someone want to erase her existence, but they also wanted to raise her daughter to be useless. He deserves death. At the end of his speech, the dignified director of the Public Security Bureau had tears in his eyes. Even Principal Chun gritted his teeth when he heard this. He really deserved to be punished. What on earth was going on that even traces of a person's existence would be erased? To make a soldier who had sacrificed herself for the country and had outstanding military achievements become an unknown ordinary person. How dare they do this? Chapter 16:29. Chief Kai's voice grew colder and colder. It was like the north wind in the polar regions, bringing a chill to people's hearts. If I didn't step forward, I would have let Hong Mei down. I would have let my conscience down. Old Kai, I thank you on behalf of Yi Qian. Principal Chen's face was solemn. He wouldn't stop Yi Qian from investigating the cause of her mother's death. This was no longer a personal matter. This concerned the glory of a soldier. Chief Kai sighed and shook his head. I don't deserve Yi Qian's thanks. I was too careless. I've thought about it countless times, but I always thought I was overthinking things. Back then, if I had persevered a little longer, perhaps everything would have been different. He took out a small phone book from his briefcase that never left his hand and handed it to Principal Chun. This is the contact information of the comrades who had been through life and death situations with Hong Mei. They were all comrades that Hong Mei risked her life to save. I've contacted 4 comrades who are now of a certain status. I'll lead the investigation into Hong Mei's death in secret. When I contacted them, I found out that they also suspected that Hong Mei's death wasn't simple. This is their contact information. If there's an accident, old brother, you must let Yi Qian continue the investigation. We can't stop until we find out the truth. Principal Chun took the phone book. Yi Qian once wanted to investigate from her uncle, Yi Zhifan. Later, someone warned him that there was someone secretly supporting him. Old Kai, if you want to investigate, you can start with Yi Zhifan. There's also old Madame Yi and her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. You can investigate them. I think you'll find something. However, you have to be careful. We haven't done anything to these people yet because we're worried about them. We don't want to alert the enemy and ruin the girl's future. Chief Kai narrowed his eyes with a serious expression. Not only was his expression cold, but there was also a hint of murderous intent. This person's status is definitely not ordinary. His family background is definitely not simple either. He's either from the military or his family is in the military. Old brother, don't worry. We'll be careful. We won't let anyone find out. And I'm not afraid of any accidents. I just want to give Hong Mei justice. Give me the justice that a soldier deserves. Even her life's deeds have been secretly erased. How could you not be angry? Going too far was not enough, but it also exposed that there was indeed a problem with Hong Mei's sacrifice. The heavens were beginning to change. The dusty past, the delayed truth, would one day receive the best ending. Justice won't be late. It's all about perseverance. Winter was a cold season. It was a season where all living things slept and waited to wake up. After Principal Chun sent away Director Kai, who had come for justice, he stood under the eaves for a long time and didn't return to his room. He stared at the horizon until it was slightly pale. Only then did he let out a long sigh. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I have to go back on my words. She will no longer stop Yi Qian from finding out the truth behind her mother's sacrifice, and she will no longer hide the past from you. Yi Qian, she must know the truth, and she must help martyr son Xueqing regain the glory that a soldier deserves." It finally snowed in the mountains in December, ushering in the first snowfall of the year. It started to flutter around 5:30 a.m., and by 6 o'clock a.m., it had turned into a heavy snowfall. Yi Qian and the others finally put on the winter clothes and winter pants in their luggage. Originally, they had planned to travel with ease, but now they looked extra bloated and seemed to affect their agility. "Everyone, check your equipment, count your bullets, and confirm your shooting positions." Following the orders of the two team leaders, the bloated team members moved nimbly and quickly checked each other's equipment. Chapter 16:30. Next up was the 300-meter time limit of 100 shots. Everyone only had 3 minutes to check, count the bullets, equip their equipment, and confirm the shooting target. They had to complete this quickly. No one spoke. The north wind that blew over even contained a murderous aura that made people feel fearful. The forest was filled with the sound of click, click, click as they checked the guns. Yi Qian listened to the familiar sound that made her blood boil. Her lips curled into a faint smile. She liked this kind of sound. It was so bright and lively. She liked the moment when the bullet was shot out of the barrel. She felt as if the sound of her bullet was running around her heart. Listening to it made her feel as if her whole body was filled with power. Check complete. Check complete. Check complete. In less than 3 minutes, the divided team members reported one by one. Li Jinyan, who was leaning against Yi Qian, lowered his head slightly. His cold voice melted the north wind and sounded even colder. "Synchronized with the front. Behind me, you have to finish firing 10 bullets before me. According to the calculation of 0.15 seconds per bullet, you need to finish changing the magazine within 15 seconds. At the same time, you need to exchange rifles with me." "Yes, I will calculate the time and the number of bullets fired." Yi Qian nodded. Her calm voice was filled with confidence. "I will control the time. Don't worry." Yi Qian was no stranger to working with the Devil King again. With the gun in her hand, in her heart, and in her eyes, there was only the gun in her hand. When she aimed at the target and pulled the trigger, she could feel the gun violently colliding with the back of the bullet case. The gunpowder gas expanded within the bullet case at that moment. The burning gunpowder-produced gas, and with a deadly force, propelled the bullet. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet case flew out of the magazine. The first bullet was fired. Yes, just like that. The crosshair and the notch were placed parallel to each other. The bottom line of the target formed a 3-point line. Without any hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the center of the target. The bullet case flew out in a perfect trajectory and landed on a rock. With a ding sound, the first bullet was fired, shooting at a distance of 300 meters. Some people said that it was a blind shot within the range of a light machine gun. It was a form of suppressive fire. But for a sniper, even if she was holding a rifle, she only had one goal: to shoot accurately. This was what Uncle Chun had taught her. A sniper's bullet should not be wasted. She had to ensure that every bullet was accurate. She had to complete the shooting mission with a 100% success rate. She remembered every single word that Headmaster Chun had said to her. She would never forget it, and she would carry it out one by one. And the second bullet has been fired. Li Jinyan knew that he would be stunned for a second. There was a time limit of 100 shots within 300 meters. He could complete the shooting while walking. Everyone knew that the further the shooting distance, the harder it was to achieve accuracy. She had only aimed at the target when she was checking the gun. Then she directly fired the first shot. Chapter 16:31. Everyone was still pushing forward and aiming. She didn't even move a step and finished her first shot at 300 meters. The 5.8mm rifle they were carrying was developed by China. The first time it appeared was when Hong Kong returned. The initial velocity of the bullet was 930 meters per second. The combat firing rate was 40 rounds per minute, and the continuous firing rate was 100 rounds per minute. The direct firing distance was 375 meters, and the effective firing range was 400 meters. The maximum firing range was 600 meters. A rifle with a combat firing rate of 40 rounds per minute would have amazing firepower if it was shot blindly. However, at a distance of 300 meters and without a scope, one would have to rely on one's own vision to complete accurate shooting. At the very least, one would have to have a preliminary aiming action. It wasn't like her, who directly lifted the gun and fired 2 shots. Did she have any aiming action? Did she have any aiming action just now? Not at all. She didn't even have any aiming action. Not only did she complete the shooting, she also completed the shooting accurately. Li Jinyan quickly caught up with her speed. The two of them pushed forward and completed the shooting quickly. This was a limited-time shot. The rifle in his hand was an air-conductive automatic type with a rotating lock. It could fire in single and continuous bursts. The theoretical rate of fire was 650 points per minute, and the firing rate was 100 rounds per minute. The single firing rate was 40 rounds per minute. They had a single firing rate, and the ammunition was a 70-round magazine. Because they still had to exchange their rifles, they had to complete a 300-meter shooting within 4 minutes. Accurate shooting required fast hands and sharp eyes. The 70-round magazine had to be changed twice, and the rule was that they had to complete the change when they had 50 rounds. It had to be said that such a rule was extremely harsh. However, the training of the Special Forces was harsh. If you couldn't complete the mission, you couldn't be considered a Special Forces soldier. If you wanted to become an excellent Special Forces soldier, you had no other choice. Yi Qian never chose. She would only face it. Facing the harsh training that could allow you to escape unscathed on the battlefield in the future, facing all kinds of seemingly impossible missions, she had no other choice. 40 rounds completed. Devil, it's your turn. Yi Qian reminded Li Jinyan, who was beside him, as he advanced 20 meters within a minute. Next, Yi Qian finished firing 50 shots. Yi Qian quickly changed the magazine and loaded it with a click. Li Jinyan finished firing 50 shots and took the rifle from Yi Qian's hands on time. There wasn't the slightest pause during the entire process. The two of them worked together as if they had been comrades for many years. Their cooperation was flawless. Yi Qian took the automatic rifle from his hands and changed the magazine again, completing the recoil resistance and correcting actions. Then, he caught up to Li Jinyan's shooting speed and the number of bullets he fired. In the command center, the technicians handed over the data of the two men's reload to the senior generals of the two armies. The major general of the army took the data and looked at it. His furrowed brows relaxed a little. He turned to the Navy commander and said, "Not bad. There is only a 0.5-second interval. Complete control and complete shooting within 10 seconds. I didn't expect the two of them to cooperate so well. They can even calculate the number of bullets fired by each other to achieve consistency in their shooting." The smile on the Navy commander's face was not just a little deep, it was very deep, and he was also very satisfied. Looking at the combined data of the two men, the Navy commander laughed and joked. "They are so perfect that they are like lovers. They have reached the point where their hearts are in sync." 0.5-second interval. This is even faster than changing the magazine myself. Unfortunately, the devil had to adjust the first bullet after changing the gun, so there was a deviation. Otherwise, it would really be perfect. Chapter 16:32. Major General Liu ignored the first half of the Navy commander's words and only listened to the second half. He nodded and said, "It's normal to deviate when changing guns, but it's already pretty good that he can continue to maintain his shooting speed and accuracy. Even so, the Navy commander still felt a little regretful. After thinking about it, he smiled and sighed. But compared to Xianxia, he's still a little lacking. In the future, I'll have to let Xianxia teach him. It's good for young people to interact with each other more and improve their relationship. Both of them are so outstanding, and they're both soldiers. They'll definitely have a lot of common topics to talk about. There won't be awkward silence when they're together, and they can help each other out. If they can get together, it'll really be a joyous occasion. After seeing how outstanding Yiqian was, the Navy commander really couldn't bear to let him go. Last time, he asked Jinyan to ask if she had any intention of staying in the Navy, but up until now, he hadn't received a reply. He might as well ask her himself after this. Major General Liu saw that the Navy commander was constantly trying to matchmake the two of them. Every sentence he said had such intentions, and this made him feel that there was no way to continue the conversation. He directly reminded him, "Old Dong, haste makes waste. These two young people don't even have horoscopes. You're too enthusiastic. Don't be hot-headed and end up embarrassing the two young people." This old Dong really knew how to climb up the ladder. There were many bachelors in the Snowfield Brigade who hadn't settled their personal issues. Xia Jinyuan was one of them. If he really wanted to matchmake Yi Qian with someone, Xia Jinyuan would have to be first, and Li Jinyan would have to be behind him. The Navy commander smiled, but didn't say anything. This kind of thing had to be pointed out. If he didn't, with Jinyan's cold personality, would he take the initiative to pursue Yi Qian? That was absolutely impossible. As long as he was put on the fire and forced into a corner, he would take the initiative to make a move. Besides, he wasn't really hot-headed. He could tell that Jinyan admired Yi Qian, so he was moved. Of course, this kind of thing had to be consensual. If Yi Qian didn't have the slightest bit of interest, he definitely wouldn't force Yi Qian to accept Jinyan. Seeing this, the Major General could only shake his head with a smile. However, Old Dong did remind him that Yi Qian was indeed a likable child. If anyone in the team was interested in her, or if she was interested in someone else, he would definitely not interfere. Let's not talk about personal relationships today. If there's a chance later, we'll ask the parties involved for their opinions. As for me, I definitely won't mention it in front of Qing Yao. I'll only mention it in secret. After the Navy commander finished speaking, he spread the data in his hands on the table and carefully studied the series of data from Yi Qian's shooting. The Major General didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was the one who brought up the issue of personal relationships first, and now he was telling him not to discuss it. This kind of thing is really not worth discussing. If you have feelings and I am willing, then we will hit it off. If you have no feelings and I have no intentions, then it will be useless no matter how I try to matchmake you. Yi Qian had known Xia Jinyuan for so many years. When it came to personal feelings, he felt that the two of them were more compatible. As for Li Jinyan, although he was outstanding, he wasn't suitable for Yi Qian. There was no reason, but his intuition told him otherwise. The Navy commander looked at the data and pondered for a while. With a thoughtful expression, he raised his head and asked the Major General, "Old Yang, Qing Yao changes magazines very quickly. This speed is a little unbelievable. Have you seen how she changes magazines?" Chapter 1633. The Major General tried to recall and then shook his head. Now that I think about it, I realize that I really didn't pay close attention to how Yi Qian changed magazines. Her data is indeed a little unbelievable. Did you notice a problem? Picking up a pencil from the table, the Major General underlined Yi Qian's data from when she finished firing the 49th round to when she started firing the 50th round. The 49th round to the 50th round is when she was ready to change magazines. That's when she unloaded the empty magazines and installed the new ones. If she didn't switch guns with the Demon King, then the 51st round and the 50th round are connected. It's as if she didn't change magazines halfway through, and she completed the 50th round to the 51st round in one go. Soldiers who are very skilled in handling firearms will change magazines with one hand when there are only 3 to 4 bullets left in the previous magazine. This way, they don't even need to pull the bolt and load the gun with their left hand, and they can continue firing. But Qing Yao isn't like that. She started preparing at the 49th round, and when she finished firing the 50th round, the magazine was already loaded. That's the most special thing about her. It's obvious that she's very proficient with firearms. If she finishes firing 100 bullets in the 300-meter time limit, and she doesn't miss a single bullet, I think she can set a new shooting record in the army. Yi Jian could indeed set a new record. She hadn't finished shooting in the allotted time yet, so she gave Li Jinyin an OK sign and carried the automatic assault rifle to the side to rest. After firing all 100 bullets, her shoulders were a little sore from the recoil. She waved her hand and walked to the designated area. She lightly shrugged her shoulders to loosen up her tense muscles. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was endless in the forest. The 44 soldiers needed to finish firing 4,400 bullets. It was no less than a large-scale battle. If the civilians heard the sound, they would definitely faint from fright. In order to not disturb the civilians, the military chose the 4th combat zone to be closer to the center. Moreover, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was no man's land. Over 4,000 bullets were fired. Even if she didn't see it with her own eyes, just thinking about it in her mind was enough to make her feel that it was a spectacular scene. As for her, as she listened to the continuous gunshots, her blood was still boiling. Xia Jinyuan, who had finished shooting, walked over with his gun on his back. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw that his girlfriend was still staring ahead after shooting. The little fox was definitely a hot-blooded soldier, even more ferocious than the male soldiers. When they heard the sound of bullets and cannons, not only were they not afraid, they were even eager to fight. This could be seen from the Pakistani side's battle. You're still looking? 100 bullets aren't enough for you? Hearing the sound of the bullets, Yi Jian, who felt that she was still in the midst of shooting, immediately turned her head. She saw Xia Jinyuan walking towards her with steady steps and a faint smile on his handsome face. Yi Jian smiled and replied, "It was addictive. I'm still savoring the aftertaste." When he got closer, Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and said softly, "But I still think that the 75-round quick reload drum is more satisfying. It's more enlightening than the single-shot one." This was his girlfriend, a bold girl who wasn't afraid of bullets or cannons. Major Xia raised his head and tapped on her helmet with his slender fingers. He said with a half-smile, "If you were a little more daring, you would be in heaven. You still want to reload the drum? Hold it in. I'll take you to practice later." Chapter 1634. Just a second ago, he was lecturing her, but the next second, he was spoiling her to the heavens. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were bright and sparkling as she looked at him. It was as if she had scooped water from a magical spring into her eyes, making her look exceptionally lively. "Okay, I'll be waiting." Sometimes, Major Xia felt that his girlfriend was really worry-free. Every time he went back to the capital to have fun with his old playboys, the women he brought out either wanted bags or money. As for his own girlfriend, bullets could make her happy. No wonder old man Xia said that he was so lucky to have won Yi Qian's heart. If he didn't grab hold of such a good girl, he might as well not return to the family Xia or into the house. Old man Xia was very perceptive and could tell that little fox was a good girl with one look. As for himself, he was even wiser than old man Xia. He had to act early to avoid any more complications. Now, he could fight alongside her and discuss topics that they both liked. Who said that the love of a Special Forces soldier wasn't romantic? Could the love of a Special Forces soldier be as romantic as a normal person? No, they would never be able to experience the romantic love of a Special Forces soldier. It was a love that was intertwined with blood, a love that was filled with trust and heartfelt, and a love that involved life and death. Even the topics they discussed were not topics that normal people could join in on. As Yi Qian was talking about her shooting, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved upwards. "You finished shooting 31 seconds earlier. Looks like you've learned Uncle Chen's trick. This trick is very helpful in maintaining the firepower on the battlefield. It can reduce the time between bullets." As he spoke, he seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he said to Yi Qian, "Next time, you'll be in charge of giving us a lesson. Once we've mastered the essentials of shooting, we'll figure out how to increase our speed together. Essentials? Yiqian thought for a while, then shook her head. There's no essentials. The main thing is that you have to know how long it takes for each bullet to hit the target. Then, you have to calculate how long it takes for you to change the magazine. You can directly change the magazine with one hand to achieve the continuity between bullets and maintain the firepower. It was easier said than done. Xianxia had already started experimenting with 2 empty magazines. The first step of changing magazines with one hand was to hit the clip against the tenon to complete the magazine change. This was something that all his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade knew. The whole process took about 2 to 3 seconds. The difficult part was that he had to immediately calculate the distance between the bullet and the target and how long it would take to hit the target. At the same time, he had to pinpoint the point where he would immediately change the magazine after firing the last bullet. And this point directly affected the continuity of bullets. After Yiqian watched his movements, he said seriously, "Yes, that's how I do it. I change the magazine with one hand, and my speed is about the same as yours. I control it within 2 seconds, and then I know when the bullet will be fired. I just have to keep the whole process going. When we get back, demonstrate it to us. We'll use a distance of 300 meters as the standard." Xianxia tried twice in a row and knew that he couldn't fix the point properly. He couldn't connect the bullets from the previous magazine to the next one in one go. This wasn't a problem, so Yiqian gladly accepted it. The time was up. The gunshots in the forest instantly disappeared. A second ago, the deafening sound of gunfire was heard, but in the next second, there was only smoke in the air. There was no sound of gunfire at all. It was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 16:35. It was snowing heavily, and the north wind blew through the forest, dispersing the thick smell of gunpowder. About 2 kilometers away from where the 2 teams were shooting, the local troops heard the dense gunfire and knew it was their turn to enter the battlefield. This was a nature reserve. Although it was included in the temporary battle zone for the 2 teams, they still had to pay attention to the necessary things. The local troops needed to help collect all the bullets. 44 comrades meant that there were 4,400 rounds of ammunition. These were all the missions of the local troops. Gather. Following the platoon commander's whistle, the 2 squad leaders quickly gathered their comrades. Attention, turn back. They led their comrades to their destination. It took some time to collect all the bullets, but with the help of the local troops, it saved the 2 teams a lot of time. The results were out. Li Jinyin and Yiqian missed the target twice out of 200 bullets and were ranked first. Xianxia and K7 missed the target 3 times and could only be ranked second. K7's thin face was a little tense, and his murderous aura was somewhat exposed. He said to Xianxia, "It's my fault. I'm sorry, Captain. Qing Miao's shooting skills are above all of us. We're not too bad of a team to be ranked second." Xianxia patted his comrade's shoulder and smiled. "Next time, continue to work hard and win back what you lost." The 2 bullets missed the target because Li Jinyin and Yiqian were affected by the wind and snow when they were changing guns. His situation was the same as K7's. They were both affected by the wind and snow when they were changing guns. These were all uncontrollable factors, and mistakes were understandable. However, understanding was one thing, and the main thing was that their shooting skills were not at their best. Take Qing Miao, for example. She was holding the same gun as everyone else, and they were all shooting at the same time. Why was she able to hit the target every time? It was because her shooting skills were so good that she was not affected by the weather. Qing Miao is talented. Do you still remember the mission in Pakistan? Normal people aim first before shooting, but she's different. She can directly aim and shoot when she pulls the trigger. That's the biggest difference. It's a talent blessed by the heavens. It's difficult for us to have her talent. Xianxia bent down and picked up the 2 bullets from the snow. His handsome eyes were slightly sharp. We don't have her talent, but we need to learn shooting skills from her. We can't be complacent, and we can't find excuses for our losses. We admit that we lost, but we can't keep losing like this. The snow was unusually heavy. The feather-like snow fluttered and decorated the mountain into a world of white. Xianxia, who was holding 2 bullets in his hand, looked at his comrades. His sharp eyes were like the cold light on a blade, revealing a frightening sharpness. So, Case 7, we can admit defeat, but we can't keep losing. Even if the person who surpassed them was Yiqian, his girlfriend, he would not admit defeat, nor would he find excuses for himself. Winning had always been their goal, and it would not change because of anyone. Yiqian knew that her 100 bullets hadn't gone to waste. She stepped on a bullet with her military boot. When she bent down to pick it up, she saw Li Jinyan standing in front of the target with a hostile aura. He was looking at her results. He was the one who caused the 2 misses, so he needed to reflect deeply. Chapter 1636. Li Jinyan was not only reflecting on himself, he was also studying Yi Qian's shooting skills. He was completely convinced by Yi Qian's godlike shooting skills. He had no idea how she could shoot so fluidly without any adjustments. Demon King, let Xianxia teach us another day. I'm afraid no one in our 2 teams can compete with her shooting skills. The big mermaid walked over and said in a low voice, since we can't keep her here, it's enough if we can learn her shooting skills. After Li Jinyan got the reply from Yi Qian that night, although he did not contact the Navy commander, he still told the big mermaid. As for the Navy commander, he would talk to him after the hunting operation tomorrow. Li Jinyan's somewhat dark gaze shifted away from the target. He said to the great mermaid, tell me, is there anyone who can accurately shoot without aiming at the target? How is that possible? The big mermaid laughed. Why did the Demon King suddenly ask this? It's completely impossible. Until now, our army doesn't have such a sharpshooter. Everyone knew that one had to aim before shooting. Without aiming and preparation, how could one shoot accurately? It was not like they were blindly suppressing fire. As long as it was an accurate shot, one had to aim first. This was the law. Li Jinyan also thought that it was impossible. He was probably overthinking it. However, when he thought about Yi Qian's shooting movements, he really felt that she was shooting directly with a gun. She did not aim at all. He was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about a big problem. The big mermaid looked at him. What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind. Did you encounter something difficult to solve? About the competition? About the 300-meter shooting? Other than these 2 things, he could not think of anything that the Demon King was troubled by. Xianxia, if I said that she did not aim at all, do you think it's impossible? As if feeling someone's gaze on him, Li Jinyan's feet moved slightly. His military boots squeaked as they crushed the snow. He turned around, and his gaze met Yi Qian's from afar. Yi Qian, wearing combat equipment and a helmet, stood in the snow. She smiled at the man who turned around and looked at him calmly. She continued to bend down and pick up the bullets. The snow blurred her beautiful face, but Li Jinyan felt that he could see the smile on her face clearly. It was like a red plum blossom in the snow, facing the wind, standing on a branch with a cold fragrance. He calmly looked away and looked at the big mermaid, who was shocked by his words. I'm also shocked, but it's possible. After the training, I'll verify my guess. The command center was so quiet because of the Major General's words that you could hear a pin drop. The technicians felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. They could not help but use less strength when pressing the buttons to avoid alarming the senior generals. The Navy commander looked at the Major General, who said something shocking. After taking a deep breath, he once again looked at the data of Yi Qian's shooting. He took out a pencil and wrote for a while. He then said to the clerk beside him, reanalyze the data in detail. I need to know how long each bullet took to shoot. Yes. The clerk took the data and immediately handed it to the technician for another detailed analysis. Chapter 1637. After the Navy commander finished giving his instructions, he tapped his fingers on the table. His face, which was slightly tanned by the sun, looked very tense. Just like Li Jinyan, he seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. After knocking, the Navy commander looked up at the Major General, who was also staring at the data. Old Yang, if this is true, then it's really a big surprise. One soldier can fight against a few hundred soldiers. In fact, the Major General was also shocked by his own speculation. However, It was undeniable that Yi Qian was indeed very capable. In addition, she was also a sniper, so she could definitely fight against a few hundred soldiers. Then he said, "She's a sniper, and we spent a lot of effort to train her. Being able to fight against a platoon of soldiers is also our hope for her. In order to make her sniping skills reach a certain level, the person who trained her put all his efforts into training Xianxia. That's how she became the Xianxia she is today. If we add on her extraordinary talent, it's indeed possible for her to fight against a few hundred soldiers. However, this is just our speculation for now. I still need to verify it." During the battle on the Pakistani side, Xia Jinyuan had mentioned to him that Yi Qian's marksmanship was different from others, but he did not explain in detail what made it different. When he later found out that the person who trained Yi Qian was the Sniper King who was known as the World Sniper in the 1970s, he naturally assumed that Yi Qian's marksmanship was definitely different from the rest. After all, the title of World Sniper was still held by that person, and he was still a legend that no one could dethrone. The Navy commander knew that the Major General would not say such an impossible speculation for no reason. There had to be some basis for it, but he still needed to confirm it for now. "Then confirm it now, so I don't have to think about it with you." The Navy commander made the decision and immediately contacted Li Jinyan, who was preparing to leave. Li Jinyan had already finished organizing his team. The local troops were waiting for them to leave before they started collecting all the warheads. It was getting late, so they needed to head to the 5th Combat Zone immediately. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan handed over more than 100 warheads collected by the 2 squads to the platoon leaders of the local troops. Due to Yi Qian, the Storm Commandos did not appear again, and the Snowfield Brigade and the local troops took care of the rest. The 10-meter distance in the heavy snow also blurred everyone's vision. Fu Dong looked forward again and vaguely saw a figure that was slimmer than a male soldier standing straight in front of him. He observed that there was only one female soldier in the 2 Special Forces teams. "Class Monitor Fu, your class is in charge of the west to the north. Class Monitor Lu, your class is in charge of the east to the south. For 1,400 bullets, for 1,400 warheads must be collected for me. Not a single warhead can be left out. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." Fu Dong retracted his gaze. Until now, he still felt that he had not recognized the wrong person. That female soldier was Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Fu Dong's face without leaving a trace. He was indeed Little Fox's junior high school classmate. He had an impression of her, but he did not expect to meet her here. It was really fate. This male soldier must still have some doubts, otherwise, he would not have kept looking forward. They had not seen each other for more than 3 years, and even though her face was covered in thick paint, this male soldier could still vaguely feel that the female soldier was Yi Qian. It had to be said that Little Fox had a great influence in the class back then, and she had left a deep impression on everyone. Chapter 1638. At this time, the command center had already contacted Yi Qian. The commanding officer's voice came through the earpiece. "Qingyao, we already have the data analysis of your shooting. Now the command center has a big question to ask you, and we need you to answer it. According to the analysis, we found that the speed of each bullet was almost the same, and there was no pause in between." "Qingyao, how did you do it?" "So it was about that." Yi Qian thought about it and answered seriously, "It's not easy to explain directly. I can demonstrate it again. This way it'll be clearer." It was really not easy to explain. She couldn't tell the commanding officer that she was relying on her intuition like last time. In fact, she was relying on her intuition. However, a live demonstration would be more direct and would not leave too many doubts in people's hearts. When Uncle Chun found out that she could shoot like this, he was quite surprised. He thought it was an impossible but real miracle. Yes, Uncle Chun said it was a miracle that came from talent. She didn't know if it was a miracle, but every time she finished shooting, she had a very strong feeling. It was as if the gun was one with her, and the bullet was like an obedient child. She looked at the target, raised her hand, and aimed at the target, and the bullet could hit the target accurately. There was no way to explain it, only a live demonstration. The commanding officer was looking forward to it. The cold wind blew on his face like a knife, cutting into his skin. Yi Qian, who had entered the 5th combat zone, gently exhaled a breath of hot air to warm his fingers. Beside her, Li Jinyan looked back at her. If you're cold, rub your hands. As a male soldier, he also felt the cold. His hands and feet were stiff from the cold. His joints felt like they were poured with rust, and there wasn't much flexibility. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the hunting operation was in full swing. Yi Qian raised his hands and rubbed his ears. He even gritted his teeth and put his hands under his collar to warm his hands with his body temperature. The temperature in the mountains was negative. If it wasn't negative 15 degrees Celsius, it would be negative 10 degrees Celsius. It couldn't be helped that the weather wasn't perfect. The members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team, who were used to training by the sea, gritted their teeth and endured the cold wind head-on. The snow had stopped falling, but the north wind was still howling and blowing snow everywhere. Their line of sight was still a vast expanse of whiteness, which made it extremely difficult for reconnaissance work. After Li Jinyan finished his reconnaissance, he gestured to Yi Qian, and the two of them continued forward. On the other side, J5 said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll leave Demon King Li to you, and I'll leave Qing Yao to you. Why did you assign 2 powerful characters to me? You think too highly of me, your brother." J5, who had already been captured once, felt that the pressure wasn't ordinary. Demon King Li was comparable to Q King, and Qing Yao's assassination skills weren't bad either. He really felt that he was the weakest of the 4. Xia Jinyuan, who was bent over, used his binoculars to observe the lake. His thin lips curved into a cold smile. "The more you're afraid, the more I want you to go. If you're captured, won't you get back at them?" A black shadow swept across the lake. Xia Jinyuan immediately put down his binoculars and contacted his brothers. "Team D, pay attention. The sentry is here. Be careful. Whoever becomes the first captive will run 20 kilometers with weights. Even if you have to die, you have to finish it." Chapter 1639. All the members of the Snowfield Brigade shuddered. Q King could be so ruthless that he could peel off a layer of skin. 20 kilometers was nothing. What mattered was how much weight they had to carry to complete the 20 kilometers. "Pigeon, White Crane, you two go lure the enemy." Xia Jinyuan lowered his voice and arranged for the battle. The two of them were good at fighting in the snow. As long as they were in a place with snow, they would be no different from fish in water. Only they would be able to discover the enemy. By arranging the two of them to lure the enemy, Xia Jinyuan wanted to start the captive plan. After the two of them left, Xia Jinyuan spread the battle map on the snow and looked at it. He frowned slightly. The 5th combat zone covered a huge area. Why did he feel that the command center was going to do something else? Only 2 teams were allowed to complete the hunt. Wasn't this a little too easy? I'm afraid the command center will do something else. We can't spread our forces out for the time being. After Xia Jinyuan made his judgment, he immediately switched to the public channel and whispered to all the members of the Snowfield Brigade, "Stay in a triangular formation and keep our forces concentrated. Don't rush to the other side of the lake." Then he said, "The Major General won't act until he sees the hare. The Commander of the Navy is the same. The 5th combat zone is so big that it's impossible for them to only arrange a simple hunt for both sides. Brothers, gather your forces together just in case." Just like the Storm Commandos, they also completed the hunt in groups of 2. No one stood still and waited for the enemy to come to them. Everyone was moving and completing the hunt in their own way. Li Jinyan was also spreading the battle map on the ground. His fingers wearing combat gloves moved across the entire 5th combat zone. Finally, he asked Yi Qian, "Do you feel that this hunt is too simple?" It was so simple that it didn't seem like the commander's style. Yi Qian didn't know how to answer this question. This was her first time participating in a competition like this. She shook her head and answered truthfully, "Sorry, this is my first time participating in a competition like this. I'm not too familiar with the combat styles of the 2 leaders of the command center, so I can't give you any advice. It's a little too simple. The commander style is to be more aggressive towards the end." Now it's a bit like boiling a frog in warm water. After Li Jinyan finished speaking, he contacted the whole team. Gather the troops. Big Eel, stop luring the enemy. Fighting in the snow was the weakness of the Storm Commandos. They were much more cautious than the Snowfield Brigade. Looking at the red and green dots representing the two armies suddenly slowing down, the Marine commander sighed a few times. These two guys are really a bit difficult to deal with. It's done, old Dong. It's about time. Just tell them the battle requirements. Major General Liu saw the look of pity on his face and could not help but shake his head and laugh. A simple hunting operation is too simple. According to our training style in the past, they will definitely figure it out. Just as the members of the two teams were guessing that the command center might have further instructions, the latest instructions came from the command center. There was a final position in the 5th combat zone. Whoever could enter the final position first and finish off the 2 platoons would be considered the end of the competition. After receiving this order, the commanders of the 2 teams were not surprised at all. Instead, they let out a long sigh of relief. The final position was not in this area at all. There would be an intersection point when they were heading towards the final position. This intersection point was where the 2 teams would first exchange fire. Chapter 1640. Without further ado, the commanders of the 2 teams quickly adjusted their battle strategy. Xia Jingyuan immediately called back the White Crane and Pigeon, while Li Jinyan immediately stopped the baiting tactic and led his team to the final location. The final location was surrounded by barbed wire, and the wire was connected with high-voltage electricity. Other than the members of the Storm Assault Team and the Snowfield Brigade, no one else could enter. There were a few wooden huts inside. These wooden huts were used by the forest police to rest at night when they were patrolling the mountains. Now, they had been taken over as a base that needed to be taken down by the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Assault Team. There were 2 platoons of soldiers inside the base and 2 platoons outside. Each platoon had 30 soldiers, so there were 4 platoons inside and outside the base. A total of 120 targets needed to be taken care of. The 2 teams needed to take care of the soldiers guarding the base before they faced each other. At this time, both teams were tired and hungry. At the same time, their physical strength was severely depleted. The command center did not give them much time to rest in order to better understand each team's combat ability. The 5-day competition had to end by 6 p.m. the next day. If both teams failed to take down the base, both teams would lose. The temperature inside the wooden hut was slightly better than outside, but the north wind still came in through the gaps in the wooden hut. A sentry pushed open the wooden door and walked over. He patted the snow off his body and walked to his platoon leader. Platoon leader, let's just keep watch for tonight. They had been on guard for 3 days, but they still had not seen the so-called special forces. Tonight is about right. Stay alert tonight. Don't let anyone sneak up behind you and slit your throat. The platoon leader had been keeping a close eye on his soldiers for the past few days. It was fine during the day, but he was afraid that someone would sneak up on them at night. This time, he brought his soldiers here to broaden their horizons and see how the special forces killed the other special forces. It was really lucky for their platoon to have such an opportunity. Outside the wooden hut, the snowy wind had not stopped blowing. The wind blew into the hut and made the raincoat flap noisily. The platoon leader could not help but stand up and look outside. With such a strong wind, the snow should stop at night. When the snowy wind blew on his face, it was like someone had slapped him. It was painful and itchy. In the end, even his nose was so stiff that he could no longer feel it. Other than Li Jinyan, who was slightly paler, the rest of the water ghosts were all dark. Even if their noses were frozen like carrots, it was not very obvious. Yiqian was different. When she stood among the water ghosts, she was like a white swan mixed among black swans. Right now, her nose was the most obvious red. Li Jinyan couldn't help but want to laugh a few times when he talked to her, but he restrained himself very well. Yiqian, who didn't feel cold even after walking for so long, couldn't help but cover his nose. His gloved fingers lightly touched the tip of his nose. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to have lost his senses. He was so cold that he felt like he was touching someone else's nose. Don't touch it, don't rub it. Go back and take a scalded radish. It'll be fine. Li Jinyan couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. He reached out his hand. They were climbing up the mountain path. The snow was too thick, so they had to help each other. Yiqian reached out and grabbed it tightly. He pulled his feet out of the snow and walked up with shallow and deep steps. The female soldiers' hands were very small. They were obviously different from the hands of the male soldiers. Sometimes, Li Jinyan even wondered if he would break the bones in her hand if he used a little more strength. She was the only female soldier in the two teams. Facing such a harsh environment, she didn't complain at all. This was indeed admirable. Chapter 1641. After climbing up the slope, Li Jinyan immediately let go of his hand. Then, he gestured to Yiqian to crawl while he pushed aside a shrub covered in snow and slowly crouched down. According to the analysis of the battle map, the first exchange of fire between the two teams was less than 300 meters away from them. Li Jinyan used the snow and shrubs as cover and carefully used his binoculars to observe the situation in front of them. The mountain was quiet, and everything was silent. Occasionally, snow would fall from the trees, making a dull thud. In the blink of an eye, everything would return to normal. Yiqian, who had crouched down beside him, said softly, "Q King will not let go of the opportunity to kill our forces. If he arrived before us, he would have already set up an ambush and waited for us to fall into his trap." The binoculars only saw a white world. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the more there was nothing out of the ordinary, the more it meant that something was wrong. Li Jinyan lowered his head and slowly moved his body so that he was completely hidden behind the shrubs. He crawled side by side with Yiqian. That's normal. If it were me, I would not let go of the opportunity to destroy the enemy's forces as soon as I occupy them. Turning on the communicator, Li Jinyan contacted the team members behind him. Move forward in a dragnet formation. Each team will maintain a distance of 10 meters from each other. The Shao, 5 of your teams will head to the final stronghold. 5 of our teams will stay behind. 2 scouts will stay put. Then, he said to Yiqian, "You go with the scouts. Stay 1 step behind the Shao and the others." At this time, Qing Niao was the focus of the entire team. How could Q King allow a Qing Niao, who was familiar with their team, to stay behind? Their first target was definitely Qing Niao. Yiqian also knew why this was the arrangement, but she also had her own thoughts. Since they had already been targeted, avoiding them was not a solution. Moreover, she did not have the habit of avoiding them. On the battlefield, offense was always the best defense. Yiqian sighed softly and expressed his opinion. "Since it's a hunting operation, Demon King, I don't intend to avoid it. Let's face it directly." She rarely expressed her opinion when he was carrying out orders. Now that she had spoken, it was enough to show that she had thought it through carefully. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips slightly. After a few seconds of pause, he said, "If you're not worried about being captured, you can continue to follow me." Previously, they had captured a member of the Snowfield Brigade. In this hunting operation, the other party would definitely want to get back at them. Qing Niao was undoubtedly their target. Yiqian did not hesitate. He chose to take action. On the snow, a few sparrows were jumping around happily. Their light bodies became the only vivid scenery in the snow, leaving a string of small paw prints. Xia Jinyuan used a tree branch to pick out the snow stuck to the bottom of his boots so that it would be easier for him to take action later. "Q King, there's a situation." Bai's voice came through the earpiece. It was low and contained a hint of excitement. "There's movement. We didn't wait for half an hour in vain." The Snowfield Brigade had arrived at the first crossfire half an hour ago and had set up an ambush. "J5, I'll leave Qing Niao to you." Xia Jinyuan threw the tree branch lightly into the bushes. The military target swept through the bushes, and the snow fell quietly to cover up his tracks. A few camouflage figures flitted through the pure, white world. They were as light as birds flying in the snow and disappeared silently. Yiqian, who was leaning against the tree trunk behind her, panted lightly. He turned on the communicator to contact his team members. "It's about 5 minutes. It's about time to start." Bai He and Dove were scouts. Xia Jinyuan had told her that as long as they were in the snow, they would be like fish in water. It would not be easy for her to slip past under their noses. Chapter 1642. The Snowfield Brigade's target was her, and her goal was to finish off either White Crane or Pigeon. She did not have that much confidence in finishing off both of them at once. Li Jinyan was about 5 meters away from Yi Qian. He had already readied his combat dagger and was just waiting for the Snowfield Brigade members to arrive before he could make his move. The wind carried snow with it and blew against his goggles, blocking his vision. White Crane, who was wearing a white camouflage suit, moved carefully. His military boots did not make any sound when he stepped into the snow. He was mainly responsible for scouting and reporting everything he saw to his comrades so that they could carry out their mission. There are no abnormalities ahead. Brothers, be careful of traps. White Crane carefully passed through the crossfire and hid behind a tree. From afar, his figure seemed to blend into the white world. Push left and avoid the point of abnormalities. As a scout, White Crane had entered the range of the Storm Commandos. His main mission was to infiltrate the enemy's rear and scout their military movements. He also had to capture enemy captives to obtain information that would be beneficial to their side. White Crane and Pigeon did not directly hunt their targets. They only needed to provide useful information to their comrades and scout the enemy's movements. Therefore, they did not have any offensive missions. On the contrary, they had to avoid running into the Storm Commandos. Therefore, White Crane and Pigeon had to be more careful and cautious than any other member to avoid being discovered by the Storm Commandos. Li Jinyan agreed to let Yi Qian directly participate in the hunting operation. At the same time, he assigned Yi Qian the mission to kill or capture a scout from the Snowfield Brigade. After some observation, he realized that Yi Qian's anti-reconnaissance ability was quite good. Just like her shooting skills, they were on par. Xia Jinyuan predicted that Yi Qian would definitely participate in the hunting operation, but he could not have predicted how Li Jinyan would arrange for Yi Qian. He also did not expect that Yi Qian would have his eyes on the scout he sent out, White Crane. The mountain was very quiet, but the atmosphere was somber. The sparrows that flew into the snow from time to play seemed to have sensed something and flew away from the forest. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes and stared at a white figure. She gave her position to Li Jinyan and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "I found the target. He's about 3 meters away from me. Cooperate with me." "Got it." Li Jinyan and the other water ghosts who were closer to him answered through his earpiece. The three of them would set up an ambush while Li Jinyan would go deep to lure the enemy and fully cooperate with Yi Qian to complete the hunt. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and the painful cold wind that blew against his face was even stronger than before. His body temperature seemed to have dropped slightly. Yi Qian, who had become one with the snow, was silently waiting for the right moment. She was completely buried in the snow, in the gradually darkening sky. As long as she remained motionless, no one would know that the slightly arched snow bump in the distance was actually Yi Qian in disguise. At least, White Crane did not discover it. However, he was very cautious. After entering the Storm Commandos range, he would lurk and observe every meter he walked. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The target was getting closer. Yi Jianping held her breath and listened to the army boots stepping on the snow softly. She heard the squeaking sound of the snow being crushed. White Crane passed by her, less than 50 centimeters away. Yi Qian did not move. For the time being, she could not confirm whether there was someone behind White Crane. She had to wait for Li Jinyan and the others to send news. Chapter 1643. Her target was the Snowfield Brigade Scouts, while Li Jinyan's target was Xia Jinyuan. She thought that Xia Jinyuan's target would definitely be Li Jinyan as well. King against king, there would definitely be a decisive battle. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from behind. Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. The Storm Commandos had been outflanked from behind. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was being outflanked from behind, he still maintained his current posture, so that he, who was less than a meter away from him, did not notice him at all. She even held her breath as she heard he say, 5 meters away from me. Target spotted at 7 o'clock. K7, surround him. T6, you'll be the vanguard. Bai He quickly pinpointed his position and informed his comrades behind him to move quickly. When Yi Qian heard this, he knew that the storm commandos had all entered the Snowfield Brigade's ambush range. Just as Li Jinian had said, the Snowfield Brigade would definitely not miss an opportunity to strangle their targets. This was a frontline unit that was good at ambushing and assassinating. They would only attack and would never stay in their original positions. The figures of 2 Snowfield Brigade members entered the line of sight of Li Jinian and the other 2 water demons. Following the order to move came from the communicator, Yi Chen leaped out from the snow like a hidden snow leopard, flashing his sharp claws at the prey he had locked onto. Right at this moment, Bai He received a cold order from Xia Jinyuan. Bai He retreat. There was no time to explain, and Xia Jinyuan ordered Bai He to retreat immediately. But it was too late. Hearing his captain's order through his earpiece, Bai He felt a murderous aura coming from behind him, causing him to quickly leap forward and narrowly avoid the murderous aura coming from behind him. He turned around and saw clearly who the person who had ambushed him was. J5, where did you run off to? Qing Yao has her eyes on me. When Bai He saw that it was Yi Qian, he immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. He had never seen Qing Yao's strength before, but after working with her once, he felt that she was unfathomable. J5, who was about to stuff a ball of snow into his mouth to quench his thirst, choked violently. He contacted Xia Jinyuan, who was far away from him, and said, Qing Yao targeted Bai He. She's really ruthless. She directly gouged out our eyes. Let's take a gamble and see if Bai He kills Qing Yao or if Qing Yao kills Bai He. Seeing that his comrade was still in the mood to take a gamble, Xia Jinyuan raised his thin lips and said with a faint smile, As an instructor, if you get captured a second time, J5, you won't be able to escape a 20-page self-reflection. J5's body shook violently. Although he was an instructor, he was also afraid of writing reports. When he had applied for a transfer, one of the reasons was that he was not good at writing reports. If he was captured again, he would slap himself 50 times, stall the devil for at least half an hour. Xia Jinyuan approached Bai He with his rifle. The devil had ordered Qing Yao to kill his scouts, which gave him the opportunity to capture Qing Yao. J5 did not stay any longer and immediately went to stall the devil. He knew that Q King wanted to kill or capture Qing Yao first. How could Yi Qian be so stupid as to wait for the Snowfield Brigade to come to Bai He's aid and kill her while they were at it? After her first failed sneak attack, she pounced on Bai He again. She came with the wind and snow, carrying a murderous aura, and directly blocked Bai He's path. At this moment, Bai He finally understood why K7 and the others said that Yi Qian was a natural-born soldier. It was because the murderous aura around her was enough to frighten her enemies. Chapter 1644. Bai He knew that his comrades would come to support him, because Q King's goal was to capture Qing Yao. Even though he didn't quite understand why he insisted on capturing Qing Yao as the captive, he would definitely fully support Q King's decision. Even if this was an elimination round, he would still support Q King's decision unconditionally. So Yi Qian wanted to end the battle quickly, while Bai He wanted to stall for time and wait for his comrades to arrive. Qing Yao, are you sure you can beat me? As a Special Forces soldier who had undergone professional and systematic training, Bai He knew very well how to communicate to buy time for himself and how to stall for time without leaving a trace. After dodging Yi Qian's sneak attack, he revealed his location to all his comrades nearby. That way, whoever was closest to him would be able to rush over immediately. However, Yi Qian wasn't going to give him a chance. The two of them were already facing off against each other. Instead of ending the battle quickly, he was still in the mood to chat with her. Yi Qian immediately knew what Bai He wanted to do. You want to capture me? I'm sorry, Bai He, but I really don't want to become a captive. Yi Qian smiled at him. The unsharpened combat dagger in his hand flashed through the snowy wind. The dark sky couldn't hide the cold gleam of the dagger as it flashed through the air. The lightly armed Yi Qian made his move once again. Combat was something every member of the Snowfield Brigade had to pass. Even though Yi Qian wasn't officially a member of the Snowfield Brigade, her combat skills weren't bad. Against Bai He or any other member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian wouldn't be afraid. This was a competition, but it was also a war. As for her, how could she be afraid when she was on the battlefield? Soldiers were already on the battlefield, and horns were blown on the battlefield. The cruel flames of war didn't allow you to be afraid, and it didn't allow you to even think about retreating. Why was there a need for such harsh training? It was so that when you went to the battlefield to protect your country, you could return safely and become a member of the family reunion. During the hunting operation, as long as the two parties were facing each other head-on, guns and ammunition were not allowed within 3 meters of each other. Empty bullets would still hurt people if fired within 3 meters. In a short distance, the only tools you can use are your own hands and the unsharpened dagger in your hand. This is the best weapon you can use to defeat your opponent. Bai He was shocked by Yi Qian's ferocious and almost cruel attacks. She actually chose to fight him in close combat alone, without the support of the water ghosts. This was not a simple fight. This was a fight with their lives on the line. There were no elegant movements, only strength and ferocity. Yi Qian relied on his agility to close in on Bai He at the fastest speed possible. The dagger in his hand went straight for Bai He's chest. Bai He, who had been a scout, came from a scholarly family. All the girls he had come into contact with since he was young were gentle and delicate. Even though he knew that as a soldier, Yi Qian was different from those girls, when he faced Yi Qian alone, he was still shocked by her fierce and cold eyes and extremely bloody movements. Yi Qian kicked the snow hard with her military boots. Large chunks of snow flew towards Yi Qian. When something flew toward a person, no matter how light or heavy it was, the body's most realistic reaction would always be to dodge it out of reflex. Chapter 1645. Bai He wanted to make use of Yi Qian's few seconds of dodging to make himself the attacker. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yi Qian was not a female soldier who acted according to common sense. She did not dodge at all. Instead, she chose a more direct way to fight head-on. The snowflakes hit her shoulder. Even though she was wearing thick winter clothing, her shoulders still hurt. However, this did not force Yi Qian to stop. She was still fearless in her attacks. She knew that if she did not finish off Bai He quickly, the Snowfield Brigade would come to her aid. By then, she would be surrounded and would have nowhere to run. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, knew how to give up and take. At this moment, she had to give it her all and bear the pain. Only then would she be able to take the ending she wanted. Only the winner would have the right to continue fighting. Yi Qian's abdomen, shoulders, calves, and arms were all hit by Bai He's fists and military boots. Men were always stronger than women. When the kicks landed on her body, Yi Qian felt like her bones were about to crack. She grabbed Bai He's wrist with one hand and punched his armpit directly. Her right leg kicked Bai He's knee. She did not show any mercy. Similarly, Bai He did not show any mercy. Both of them used all their strength to beat the other to the ground. The two of them fought in close combat. Yi Qian was not as strong as the male soldier, but she was very good at making use of her strengths and agility to make up for her weaknesses. She disrupted Bai He's defense. There were no fancy moves in the Special Forces combat. All of their moves were based on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. They strived to finish off their opponent as quickly as possible. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Xiao Jinyuan's low and steady voice came through Bai He's earpiece. He needed to avoid the water ghosts from the Storm Commandos and avoid fighting with Li Jinyan. Therefore, he could not arrive immediately. Bai He did not answer. He was frightened by Yi Qian's actions. "Qing Miao," he shouted, trying to stop Yi Qian from harming himself. When Xiao Jinyuan heard this, his expression darkened. Bai He's shout was filled with worry. He was trying to stop Yi Qian. Why was he trying to stop Yi Qian? What's going on? Xiao Jinyuan, who was supposed to take 5 minutes to get there, arrived a minute earlier. He saw a figure lying in the white snow and walked over with a gloomy expression. Bai He, who was lying in the snow, looked at his comrade who had appeared above him. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from Yi Qian's punch. He let out a long sigh and said, "You're a heroine. You're so cruel to yourself." Eh. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked at his comrade coldly. "You've lost to Qing Yao twice. Bai He, you need to be sent back to the village to train." Bai He, who was originally lying down, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He stood up like a carp. Q King was definitely not joking with him. Although he was a person who loved to joke, he would never make such a joke. That's right. Qing Miao is a heroine. She's so cruel to herself. That's because she knows when to be cruel to herself and her enemies. Xia Jinyuan's voice turned cold. And you, not only can you not be cruel to yourself, you can't even be cruel to our enemies. Bai He, since when did the Snowfield Brigade need a group of Special Forces soldiers who show off their benevolence on the battlefield? Chapter 1646. He was happy that Yi Qian had managed to escape, but he was also disappointed that his comrade had died in battle. If his comrade had tried his best and failed, he would have laughed and said, "Don't think that female soldiers are easy to deal with." However, it was obvious that his comrade was not good enough, but had committed a grave mistake. It was true that they were familiar with Qing Miao, but at this moment, Qing Miao belonged to the Storm Commandos. In this competition, she was standing opposite of them. Faced with the young captain's criticism, Bai He did not refute and accepted it humbly. After Xia Jinyuan finished criticizing him coldly, Bai He reflected on himself seriously. "I will accept any punishment. I will always remember today's mistake. I will never make a similar mistake again." A mistake was a mistake, and there was no excuse for it. After the scolding, Xia Jinyuan looked at the row of footprints that disappeared into the depths of the forest. He couldn't help but smile and turned to ask his comrade calmly, "What did Qing Miao do just now?" I grabbed her shoulder, and when the dagger was about to touch her neck, she actually sent her own neck towards the dagger. Although the dagger wasn't sharpened, the force of her collision was quite strong. I was shocked and I shouted. Naturally, my hand movements slowed down. Bai He still had a lingering fear when he mentioned what had just happened. He sighed deeply and said, "She was too ruthless. She was so ruthless that it scared me." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he laughed. If she hadn't been ruthless, she might have been the one to die. Xia Jinyuan admired his girlfriend's dangerous behavior. His little fox was indeed smart to fight back from the brink of death. But she was too smart. Bai He seemed to want to say something, but Xia Jinyuan did not listen. It would be against the rules if he continued to talk about the same comrade who had died. After successfully escaping, Yi Qian hid well and sent his location to Li Jinyan. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for Li Jinyan to meet up with him. There would be no more hunting at the first crossfire because both sides knew that the other side was active in this area. In order to seize the last position, they would not waste any more time and would choose to move forward. For the time being, Li Jinyan didn't ask Yi Jian how she managed to get rid of the scouts from the Shuiyu Brigade. He entered the public channel and told all the members of the Storm Commandos the news. Instantly, the sound of fingers snapping could be heard from his earpiece as a sign of praise. Killing one of the enemy's scouts in one move was really good news. When the J5 of the Shuiyu Brigade couldn't contact White Crane, he knew that something was going to happen. When Xia Jinyuan told them that White Crane was dead and the one who killed him was none other than Greenbird, they all held their breaths. Was killed by a bullet? If he was killed by a bullet, it wouldn't be a shame. G3 said. Everyone knew how fast Qing Miao could shoot. No one in the team could compare to her. It would be great if he was really killed by a bullet, but unfortunately, he was not. He was killed by close combat. The cold reality was said by Xia Jinyuan calmly. His comrades all sucked in a breath of cold air. He smiled lightly and said, "The target of the capture plan has not changed. Last time, she killed Pigeon and Bai He with a sniper rifle. This time, she continued to kill Bai He. Brothers, you have to bring Qing Yao to me." K7 and G3 were together. Hearing this, the two of them quickly looked at each other. Q King really did not want to show mercy. Since that was the case, they could not show mercy either. They had to capture Qing Miao whenever they saw her. It did not matter if they knew her or not. Chapter 1647. K7 was a forensic doctor and had always been calm. He turned off the communicator and said to G3, Q King wants to use this competition to train Xianxia's individual combat experience. It seems like he is determined to send Xianxia to the Snowfield Brigade. That was his plan from the very beginning. Do you think he was just casually talking about it in the past? G3 wasn't surprised. They already knew about Q King's plan from the Southern Province Cooperation. Not only does Q King have this plan, but the military and Major General also have this plan. Otherwise, why would they drag Xianxia to train with us from time to time? It wasn't that he was joking, but it felt like, after a moment of silence, K7 said, their requirements for Xianxia are too strict. It feels like they have more long-term plans. Do they? G3 thought about it and didn't feel anything strange. He said, Xianxia will be our comrade in the future. It's good that she's being trained by us now. Q King probably feels that her ability has reached a bottleneck and needs to break through. If he really had to feel something, the only thing he felt was that Xianxia's overall ability had reached a bottleneck. Only by breaking through this bottleneck could she reach Q King's requirements and the Major General's requirements. But then again, Xianxia's individual combat ability was already strong enough. She had already reached the requirements to join the Snowfield Brigade. Q King did seem to have some long-term plans. No matter what they have planned, we will cooperate fully. G3 didn't think too much about it. He said calmly, Q King will communicate with the military at any time. The military and Major General will also tell Q King about their plans. We will know when the time comes. Right now, I should think about how to capture Xianxia. If I fail the first time, I won't be able to do it a second time. The Demon King is not easy to deal with, and the Xianxia is not easy to deal with. Once the two of them come together, it will be even more difficult. G3 directly analyzed the situation. At the same time, he turned on his communicator and said to Xianxia, killing a white crane is the Demon King's warning to us. We should return the favor to the Demon King. Xianxia liked to hear that. He smiled elegantly and dangerously. That's right. It's 5:27 in the evening now. Let's try to give the devil a big gift before 8 o'clock. Agreed. Agreed. I have no objections. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade nearby expressed their opinions one after another. Xianxia, who was walking in the snow, put on a fake smile and said, Remember, Xianxia is now our opponent, not someone we know. Whoever tries to be merciful to me will have to go back and clean the toilets. His white teeth reflected the cold light of the snow, making him look like a wolf out on a snowy night. He exuded a ferocious aura. T6 secretly clicked his tongue when he heard that. He said to Z7, You still want to be merciful to her? Q King won't be happy about that. Looks like when we see Xianxia later, the two of us will have to come up with a plan to kill her. I like to see a captive. Brothers, don't be too barbaric. Go easy on her, especially that signal device of hers. T6, who was still thinking about how to eliminate Yi Qian in one go, froze when he heard that. He rubbed the tip of his frozen nose and felt that this mission was quite difficult. No one knew what kind of expression Xianxia had when he spoke. It could also be said that he was expressionless. The elegant man was as cold as ice, without a trace of human warmth. Even his dark eyes, which usually looked at Yi Qian gently like water, were frozen. Chapter 1648. Little Fox, you have to be prepared. If you want to join the Snowfield Brigade, I have to tell you that it's not an easy task. You won't be so lucky in a real war, and no one will show you mercy just because they know you. You won against Baihe this time purely because you used petty tricks, and it just so happens that on the battlefield, petty tricks can cost you your life at any time. If you want to complete the mission perfectly and come back alive, you have to rely on your accumulated combat experience. Xianxia was indeed happy that Yi Qian had escaped from the first hunt, but he wasn't just happy. He also calmly analyzed Yi Qian's combat style and accurately found Yi Qian's weaknesses so that she could correct them. He couldn't accept hearing the news of her death one day, so he would rather be harsh on her now and train her in every possible way than let her join the Snowfield Brigade in the future and make himself afraid. Fighting alone on the battlefield was many times more dangerous than the previous missions they had carried out together. How could petty tricks save her life? The White Crane's ability was not bad, and it could definitely stall Yi Jian for 5 minutes. Yi Jian must have heard his order and decided to do this in order to leave as soon as possible. She was betting that the White Crane might panic because of her actions. She gambled correctly. Bai He did panic, so Bai He died and she escaped. She won because Bai He knew her, but what would happen on the battlefield? Maybe she wouldn't do it, but now that she did, he had to teach her a lesson. On the battlefield, she didn't recognize anyone, and this lesson would be unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan could treat Yi Qian very, very well, but when it came to training and future combat, even the most gentle man would be incorruptible and ruthless. At this time, Yi Qian was already reflecting on his actions. Li Jinyan's cold expression made Yi Qian realize why he was given the nickname Devil King. It was very cold, and the air pressure was very, very low. Every cell and every pore was emitting an aura that made one's hair stand on end. The gaze that swept over was like a small knife. As long as one was swept by such a gaze, it would hurt as if one's flesh was being cut. This was physical pain. The most terrifying thing was the spiritual pressure. One couldn't even raise one's head and could only stand in front of him in fear. It was as if one was being sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Are you joking about the war? After an unknown amount of time, Li Jinyan finally spoke. It made Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, shudder violently. Actually, when Li Jinyan asked her how to get rid of Bai He, she had already realized that she had made a big mistake. She thought that she was smart, but it was a mistake that was taboo on the battlefield. If you really were on the battlefield, would the enemy stop you from harming yourself? Of course not. It would only make it easier for him to send his knife to your neck. He definitely wouldn't stop you or even avoid you because he knew you. Yi Qian didn't raise her head. She was wrong, but there was no need to lower her head to admit her mistake. This would break the character of a soldier. No, she replied bluntly. She didn't try to explain herself. There was nothing she could say to defend herself. When she made a big mistake, she could only correct it. Li Jinyan didn't fly into a rage, nor did he mock and ridicule her. He only said calmly in a cold tone, "Qing Yao, you really aren't afraid of death by sending your neck to the enemy's knife." Chapter 1649. The more it was like this, the more Yi Qian felt that this was the calm before the storm. A soldier is not afraid of death and has the spirit of sacrifice. This is right. Unfortunately, you only thought about how to die, but not how to solve the problem. Qing Yao, is this your combat ability? Li Jinyan was not angry, but his expression was much colder than usual. Qing Yao was a soldier now. Her mistake was because he did not teach her well. She made a mistake, and as her captain, he was also at fault. Yi Qian pursed her lips and answered seriously, "I made a big mistake. I did not protect myself well, and instead put my life in the hands of others. I thought that they knew me and would not really hurt me. On a real battlefield, what I did just now was suicide. Not only was I rushing to my death, but I also implicated my comrades behind me." Snow drifted into Yi Qian's eyes, and the cold sensation stimulated her tense heartstrings. She could feel the evil aura coming from the Demon King, and she could not help but shiver. This was the Demon King that all the Storm Commandos feared and respected. It was as if a king had descended. His tone was calm, but all you could feel was a bone-chilling, evil aura. "Very good." Li Jinyan only said these 2 words after listening to her, and then he walked away. Yi Qian, who was standing in the snow, was slightly stunned. "Very good? What was very good?" She said, "Very good? Impossible. Then why was it very good?" Yi Qian, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. She understood why he said very good. Very good. Committing a crime knowingly was an additional crime. That was what he meant when he said very good. Yi Qian, who had never made a big mistake in this life, knew that she had finally made a big mistake today. This time, she fell so hard that her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Not only would she be taught a lesson by Demon King Li, but also Xia Jinyuan and the Navy commander, Major General of the Army, and maybe even the military. She would pay the price for her mistake. For a moment, even the usually calm Yi Qian felt gloomy. His expression was as cold as ice. She was terribly wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, there was no medicine for regret. The only thing he could do was to never make the same mistake again. At the same time, he had to use his true strength to defeat his opponent. By this time, the wind and snow in the mountains had stopped. Yi Qian, who had been following closely behind him, let out a low sigh that reached Li Jinyan's ears. The corners of his mouth involuntarily tightened. This kind of mistake actually represented a mistake that occurred when things went too smoothly. Thinking of her personal resume, it had to be said that she had indeed gone too smoothly, so much so that she had made a big mistake. He had to make her realize her mistake. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not sit back and do nothing. He would definitely make a big move to teach her a lesson. Whether it was the drill, the competition, or the field training, she would always remember that there were no acquaintances on the battlefield, only enemies who would fight to the death. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky in the mountains had already dimmed. Only the light from the snow illuminated the contours of the mountains. At this time, the wind and snow had stopped. Walking in the mountains, the visibility was even better than during the day. At this time, the night vision goggles were still not working. Stepping on the soft snow, Yi Qian slowly squatted down. He made a hand gesture to Li Jinyan beside him, telling him to stay down. There was a situation. This place was very close to the final position. Chapter 1650. Following Yi Qian's hand signal, Li Jinyan quickly lowered his body. When he saw Yi Qian's hand signal, he immediately informed his comrades around him. There are 4 people in front. Everyone take cover. The members of the Storm Commandos, whose bodies reacted faster than their brains, were all very agile. They found a good spot to take cover. After a series of rustling sounds, there was complete silence. Li Jinyan, who was crouching, quietly lay beside Yi Qian. His gaze fell on the 4 people about 13 meters away. They're not from a snowfield brigade. Yi Qian's head tilted slightly to his side. It was just right at Li Jinyan's shoulder. He could hear it clearly while maintaining a certain distance. They should be the soldiers stationed at the final position. Li Jinyan nodded slightly. They were not far from the final position. These people should be patrolling soldiers. Big Squiddo, contact Big Mermaid. Li Jinyan, who was in hiding, asked Big Squiddo, who was in charge of communications, to contact Big Mermaid's team. He needed to know if their team had successfully infiltrated the final position. In less than 2 minutes, Big Mermaid's low voice came through. They have successfully infiltrated the eastern position. There are about 3 to 4 platoons of soldiers. Demon King, I suspect that the command center is inside the final position. As long as they entered the position, Li Jinyan did not have the intention to touch the command center for the time being. However, just in case, he still had to pay attention. He said, confirm a location of the command center and send people to keep an eye on it. The Snowfield Brigade is very likely to infiltrate. Once you encounter them, engage them immediately. Guard the perimeter to prevent any sneak attacks. Li Jinyan, who had not yet entered the final position, did not hesitate at all. He immediately deployed to deal with any problems that might arise. Tonight was a big battle. It was also the climax of the entire competition. It was not impossible for the command center to be located at the final position. It would depend on which team found the location of the command center first. The scout's voice came through the earpiece. There are electronic eyes and infrared sensors. I'll remove the infrared to deal with the alarm. I'll leave the electronic eyes. I'll give you the location. Brothers, stay away. The infrared sensor was just a sensor. Their camouflage uniforms were all coated with a new type of anti-infrared coating called maleic anhydride. To them, this thing was just a decoration. However, it was better to dismantle it when he encountered it. It was better to be safe than sorry. There was no need to solve the problem of the electronic eye. They did not have any shielding equipment on them. If the electronic eye malfunctioned, the soldiers guarding the electronic eye would be certain that it was sabotaged. Thus, the soldiers stationed at the final position, as well as the senior commanders in the command center, were shocked. After ending the call with De Xiao and the others, Li Jinyan said to Yi Qian, "Don't alert them. Let's go around them." His combat style was a little different from Xia Jinyuan's. Perhaps it was because he operated underwater, so he paid more attention to immersion warfare. Without alerting any sentinels, he would silently sneak into the interior and carry out destructive operations. At this time, Yi Qian would definitely listen to the commander's instructions. He nodded lightly and crawled in the snow with him, waiting for the 4 patrolling soldiers to leave. While waiting, Yi Qian could not help but think of Xia Jinyuan's side. He did not know what the situation was like over there. Right now, they must be on some mountaintop, staring at the final position like wolves. They preferred to assassinate directly. Once they discovered the sentinels, they would immediately take care of them. They would not let a single one of them go. Moreover, they would clean them up without leaving a single trace. Chapter 1651. On the other hand, Demon King Li was different. He focused on the ultimate destructive battle. He didn't alert a single person at the start, and only caused a big explosion at the end. By the time the enemy reacted, it would already be too late. His side had already completed their operation and was preparing for the final clearing operation. However, they really needed to conserve their strength now. They had to use their best energy to hunt the members of the Snowfield Brigade and not waste their energy at the beginning. It couldn't be helped. The Storm Commandos focused on underwater training, and their main mission was also underwater missions. Faced with such a snowy climate, the Storm Commandos still couldn't fight in all weather and all areas without obstacles like the Snowfield Brigade. This match was enough for the members of the Storm Commandos and the Navy's commander to see the difference between them and the Snowfield Brigade. Although they weren't as good as them, to be able to complete a match with such a powerful special forces team that could fight across different branches of the military was definitely an accumulation of experience. It was also a sign of direction in the future. The north wind that had stopped started blowing again. Although it wasn't as strong as it was in the afternoon, the temperature dropped quickly at night. When it blew over, it felt like it could freeze one's heart. Yi Qian had followed Principal Chun to the snowy highlands and had already received cold-resistant training. Therefore, although she felt the cold, it didn't affect her. 2 members of the Storm Commandos were so cold that their ears, hands, and feet had frostbite. Every step they took hurt and itched. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if they were being bitten by a group of ants. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had the advantage. For example, Xia Jinyuan, J5, and the others had stayed in the snowy highlands until the end of the year when they carried out their mission. From time to time, they would even drag the snow leopards out to the barren lands for training. This bit of wind and snow was really nothing to them. At night, the members of the Snowfield Brigade were even more active than during the day. The first 10 members of the Snowfield Brigade had already sneaked into the final position. They had entered the position 12 minutes earlier than Xiao and the others. There are electronic eyes, infrared, and fully equipped Type 95 assault rifles. There are even infrared lasers and infrared illuminators on them. There are also optical sights installed. There's even a night vision device. Damn, Q King, just the equipment on this gun is already better than ours. A member of the Snowfield Brigade who had snuck into the ground observed through his night vision goggles. When he saw the equipment in the hands of 3 of his comrades who were patrolling the area, his eyes widened. Compared to them, we are no different from refugees. When Xia Jinyuan heard his comrade report the equipment on the guns one by one, he looked at the Type 95 assault rifle in his hand and felt infuriated. Other than a scope, the entire gun was empty. Speaking of which local army was fighting against them? Their equipment was a little too high-end, wasn't it? Wasn't this the local army that they had encountered before? Could it be a field army? Since his equipment was inferior to theirs, then Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled slightly, and he said unhurriedly, "That's easy. Just take their guns and use them." That's right. Major Xia was a scoundrel. His scoundrel behavior had gained the approval of all the members of the Snowfield Brigade. This was a brilliant decision. Don't focus on the equipment. What I said before is still valid. No matter how much equipment you steal, it's not my hobby. My hobby is still to see live Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan, who was giving his comrade the sweet date to eat, said with a smile. J5, who was closest to him, couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 1652. Why did he feel that Xianxia was going to be in trouble? Did Xianxia commit a crime? Q King would only be so ruthless when someone committed crime. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Did Xianxia commit a crime? Would she commit a crime? How could the most cautious female soldier commit a crime? Looking at Q King's expression, it was a serious crime. Q King, are you saying that you want them to ambush Xianxia alone? J5 didn't directly ask what Greenbird had done. Instead, he inquired about it indirectly, so as not to provoke the dark clouds above Q King's head. Xia Jinyuan turned his head and glanced at him. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's and as fierce as a snow wolf's. After a while, he smiled and said, "Because she needs to be taught a lesson that deserves to be taught a lesson. She did commit a crime, and it was a serious one." J5 didn't ask any more questions. It wasn't the time to ask anyway. His brother's voices came from his earpiece, reporting the latest situation to Q King. There are a lot of sentry posts, and there's even a barbed wire fence with high-voltage electricity. We have to destroy the electricity first. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who had cut in from the west reached the edge of the core position. They stared at the barbed wire fence and rubbed their palms together. They were going to do it. Xia Jinyuan slowly raised his hand and gently pressed down the bush in front of him. He stared coldly at the patrolling soldiers in front of him. Through the night vision goggles, he could clearly see the equipment on the soldiers. It was indeed much more high-end. The red dot sight was much more advanced than the scopes on their guns. The command center was most likely inside. Get their equipment over here first. Just hand over their guns. Xia Jinyuan replied to his comrades. Don't destroy the electricity in a large area. Just take out a transformer and leave an opening for the brothers behind to enter. A few black shadows nestled next to the barbed wire fence received the order. Like ghosts, they crept to the edge of the barbed wire fence and began to destroy it with electricity. There were 4 patrolling soldiers and 2 sentry posts in front of Xia Jinyuan. He lay down again and motioned for the J5 to come closer. Then, he drew on the snow with his finger, taking out 6 of their sentries at once. Q King, aren't we being a little too arrogant? J5 pretended to be surprised, but his expression changed in the blink of an eye. But that's the way to do it. All right, it's settled then. I'll cut in from here. There are 2 trees here for cover. I'll take care of the sentries here. You take care of the sentries here, and then we'll take care of the 4 patrolling soldiers together. He repeated Xia Jinyuan's deployment. The windy night was convenient for the members of the Snowfield Brigade, and it was also very convenient for Yi Qian. Looking at the equipment in the hands of the patrolling soldiers, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. A holographic diffraction, scope, and an infrared laser sight. If he could get his hands on these 2 things, it would greatly improve his night combat ability. He wouldn't let his target slip away so easily. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, cover him. As Yi Qian approached, Li Jingyan, who cooperated with her, moved out to provide cover. He directly pinned down another patrolling soldier. Then, the soldier was inexplicably killed with a confused look on his face. He was patrolling this area, and, at the same time, he also had a sentry post. When did this man sneak in? I don't want your gun. I only want the equipment on it. On the other side, Yi Qian ambushed a sentry from behind. With a shoulder throw, he threw the sentry directly into the fluffy snow, and the soldier's face was covered in snow. When he fished the soldier up, 2 tubes of snow even went into his nose. Chapter 1653. Yi Qian first picked up the assault rifle that had fallen into the snow, then smiled politely at the soldier. Thank you for your hard work. I need to take the equipment on your rifle. I'll return it after this is over. The soldier, who was still in a daze from the fall, did not stop Yi Qian from taking the equipment on his rifle. This equipment originally belonged to the Special Forces. Otherwise, how could a sentry like them be equipped with such high-end combat equipment? The soldier, who was wiping the snow off his nose, looked around as he patted the snow off his face. He had been standing guard here all this time. The patrolling soldiers had also walked back and forth in this direction, but they had not discovered an ambush. When did this female Special Forces soldier sneak in here? The infrared laser sight used the same principle as the HUD used in fighter jets. A holographic image of the laser was projected onto the sight. The shooter only needed to align the target with a red dot in the center of the image, then pull the trigger and the bullet would hit the target. There was another advantage to this. Usually, night vision equipment would narrow the field of vision and make it difficult to determine the distance, making it difficult to aim. However, the infrared laser sight could identify the bullet point and allow the shooter to open both eyes at the same time to aim and shoot, greatly increasing the hit rate. Xianxia was very satisfied with the equipment he had received. After adjusting the various parameters of the equipment, Xianxia saluted the soldier before meeting up with Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan had just installed the red dot sight onto his rifle. This was a piece of equipment that only needed to aim the laser spot at the target to complete the aiming action quickly. Its biggest feature was that as long as the bullet point of the gun and the laser spot on the sight were aligned, even if the viewpoint was slightly off, as long as the gun was pointed in the correct direction, the red laser spot would be able to hit the target. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. Because the laser spot's bullet point was visible, the shooter had to fire immediately in the dark, or else they would be discovered by the enemy. It's a bit surprising. Their individual combat equipment is too high-end. Xianxia walked to Li Jinyan and said with some suspicion, "It feels a bit off. The local troops are not field troops. Even the sentries can't be equipped with such high-end equipment." Li Jinyan was adjusting the parameters. When he heard this, he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the command center is inside. Our final position is to attack the command center and then meet with the generals." Xianxia suddenly understood. The voice of the Great Mermaid came through the earpiece. They had successfully destroyed the power grid and entered the final battle zone. Li Jinyan and Xianxia looked at each other and immediately headed toward the final battle zone. With the Big Mermaid and the others clearing the way ahead, the sentries and patrolling soldiers did not encounter a single one, which meant that the east side was completely cleared out. At the same time, they had all obtained accessories for guns. Some of the water ghosts had even changed their guns. Some had even obtained machine guns. Their firepower was already very strong. The electronic I was still working diligently, and the technicians did not find any movement even after changing the image several times. However, the power grid in the east and west had indeed been partially damaged, which meant that the two teams of special forces had successfully entered the final battle zone. Reporting, KD-7 and TM-12 transformers have been destroyed. Our initial suspicion is that it was caused by two groups of soldiers entering the combat zone. Report, 11 soldiers from 4 sentry posts to the east have been killed. Report, 13 soldiers from 5 sentry posts to the west have been killed. To the east was the entry point for the Devil King, and to the west was the entry point for the Q King. This meant that the two teams were about to meet. Chapter 1654. In the command center, the Navy commander and the Army Major General could not help but sit up straight. They each held a cup of thick green tea and gestured for the technicians to turn on all the electronic eyes so that they could better observe the combat situation of each Special Forces soldier. The flames of war had already begun. The water demons of the Storm Commandos had all gathered and were the first to launch an attack. Destroy the enemy. End the battle quickly. Through observation and the intelligence provided by the scouts, Li Jinyan began to split them into groups according to their shooting and mobility. Big Shark, you take 5 riflemen with you. The main suppressor will be responsible for shooting and 1 machine gunner as backup. Big Shrimp, you'll be the rifleman. I'll provide firepower as backup. Qing Yao, Big Eel, and me will be the roundabout combat team. Big Eel, go in and support Sea Anemone. Sea Anemone was the scout of the water demons. At that moment, he was the closest to the enemy's stronghold. He was also the one who had pinpointed the location of the enemy's stronghold so that Li Jinyan and the others could quickly enter the combat range. With a detailed location and fighting point, Li Jinyan quickly divided the team members into 3 groups. Qing Yao, Big Eel, and himself would be the roundabout combat team. Big Shrimp and the others would be the suppressor team to cover the roundabout combat team as they entered the enemy's camp. At the same time, To protect the rifleman team, Li Jinyan arranged for a machine gunner to be used as backup. This was a reinforcement weapon to make up for the lack of firepower of the infantry. It was used to counterattack the enemy with more ferocious fire, seal off the enemy's movements, and support their comrades in a roundabout combat team. This arrangement was very reasonable. Rifles did not have a large capacity like machine guns. Continuous full-auto shooting would quickly deplete the bullets in the magazine. At that time, the rifleman team would have to change the magazine, which would cause them to be unable to complete their continuous suppressive fire. In this way, the machine gun came into play. The machine gun had the ability to prevent the barrel and magazine from overheating. It could also be continuously reloaded. The continuous firing time was also longer than that of a rifle. This greatly protected the rifleman team. Even if the riflemen changed the magazine or changed their hiding position, they would still be well protected. Big Shrimp belonged to the entire team, including the machine gunner as backup. His suppressive fire would not be too dense. Instead, he would coordinate with the rifleman team and machine gunner to provide support. It was impossible for everyone to run out of bullets at the end of the battle. There had to be a retreat point of firepower. It could be said that Prawn was the most dangerous. Once the rifle team, machine gunners, and the deter operation team failed, he would have to take the lead alone and use his own firepower to suppress his comrades so that they could quickly retreat. The bullets had already broken the tranquility in the depths of the mountain. The resting sparrows were so startled that they rushed into the sky one after another. The pheasants in their nests cried out in fright and scurried in the bushes. A few gray hares seemed to have lost their sense of direction, running here and there. The timid hares were so frightened by the sound of the bullets that they trembled all over. On the screen of the command center, when the sound of bullets pierced through the silence of the night, a line of fire suddenly appeared on the snowy mountain. That was the trajectory of a blank bullet. The soldiers at the enemy stronghold had actually been waiting for a long time. Every one of them was tense, ready to take action as soon as they heard something. Suddenly, the two sides exchanged fire head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was so loud that it was deafening. There was a sense of collision that felt like a landslide, as if this place would be razed to the ground in the next second. Chapter 1655. The rifle team was responsible for suppressive fire, so they did not have to hit the enemy. They only had to force the enemy to be unable to move and achieve the effect of resisting the enemy. The entire range was 300 meters, and Xiao and the others were equipped with high-end equipment, so they could lock onto targets within a large range and shoot. Beep, beep. Xianxia's voice was heard. It was the sound of the laser marker. In 1999, the various military exercises did not complete the implementation of laser simulators. Although the Soviet Army had developed some light weapon laser simulators in the 1980s, the cost involved was very high, and China was still in the trial stage. This time, in order to use the laser mode confrontation control system, the military had been surveying and building in this mountainous area since May. This was so that the military and the top leaders who were paying close attention to this competition could immediately know the situation of the competition. At the same time, there was also an element of experimentation to see what areas still needed to be perfected and improved. This laser mode countermeasure control system used the transmission and reception of lasers to receive the satellite positioning data, ammunition storage, combat status, and other information from each laser simulator through the communication network. It was then transmitted to the military as quickly as possible so that the top leaders of the country who had been paying attention to this competition could know the progress of the competition immediately. It also allowed the top leaders to know the combat strength of the two teams immediately. Even though the Storm Commandos have only been established for a year, the captain who commanded the battle is very capable. He was able to make this underwater special forces team that started from scratch there to go up against the Army Special Forces that have been around for more than 10 years. On the other hand, the Snowfield Brigade is brave and resourceful. The commander of the deployment is decisive and can complete a destructive battle without losing a single soldier to suppress the firepower of two platoons. His combat deployment is very experienced. At 7:30 p.m., the top leaders finished their day's work and arrived at the military headquarters to observe the final confrontation between the two teams. Seeing the confrontation between the two armies, the top leaders had a gratified smile on their face. He gave extremely high recognition to Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan's combat skills. Lieutenant General Xian knew that his son had some ability. Although he knew it in his heart, he would never say it out loud. Now that he had received recognition from the top leaders, the lieutenant general still said, "As the leader, how he fights and how he deploys is directly related to the lives of every soldier. He has the lives of all his comrades in his hands, so he must have outstanding ability. You're right. He has to fulfill his duty. As a captain, if you're not outstanding, it's better to abdicate early and let the capable take over." Lieutenant General Xia's words made the highest leader nod in agreement. Both team captains are very outstanding. With them leading, I have great hope for them in next year's competition. I hope they can continue to work hard and return victorious next year. This was the first time that the country had sent out special forces to participate in an international competition. It was equivalent to comparing notes with the best special forces of other countries. Don't talk about friendship first and competition second. As a soldier, there was no second place, only first place. I will definitely not disappoint the country. Lieutenant General Xia stood up and made a military pledge to the highest leader. What the leader of the country wanted was also what he and the thousands of soldiers behind him wanted. Looking at the big screen, the highest leader was observing the entire situation with a dignified gaze. Seeing that the few platoons that had been deployed in advance had been wiped out, the highest leader's mouth tightened. Chapter 1656. The combat ability of the local troops still needed to be improved. The war would not only be a matter of the field troops, but also the responsibility of the second and third line troops. Next year, the military conference will focus on the second and third line troops and the local troops. Let them give the country and the people a result. During the discussion, the highest leader said this to Lieutenant General Xia. The civil service records would be the focus, and they would only need to bring it up at next year's military conference. On the screen, Yi Qian and Li Jinyan had already reached the enemy's position. There was a row of abandoned warehouses about 11 meters long and 4 meters wide used to store wood. The warehouses were made of mud bricks and had triangular roofs, similar to the warehouses in brick factories. The two of them assisted each other in their operation. When Big Eel's voice came from their earpieces, telling them that he had met up with Scout C Anemone, Li Jinyan quickly moved and entered the abandoned warehouse. Half crouching, he confirmed that the surroundings were safe. He gestured for Yi Qian, who was half crouching for cover and alert, to move. The two of them moved in a crisscross pattern, moving to the rear at the fastest and safest speed. When a few figures appeared in the night vision mirror, Yi Qian quickly switched to semi-automatic shooting and began to surround the rear. Fire from the front. Big Eel, Seath Anemone, attacked from the side. Li Jinyan fired from the rear. He was fully automatic and provided cover for Yi Qian. A few beeps came from the front. There were already soldiers dead. Fuck, they're outflanked. Support the rear. North. Ugh. Before a soldier could finish, his mouth was covered and he was pulled down from the abandoned wood. He died instantly. Easy, easy. I'm already dead. Why are you dragging me down? Being pulled down from a high place, the soldier was still in a panic. Seeing the other party dragging him by the collar to the corner of the wall, he gritted his teeth in pain as his back landed heavily on a piece of wood. Big Eel chuckled and said, "Brother, help us weigh our feet. The whole wall will collapse if we step on it. Let me borrow your body." He said it shamelessly. The soldier was so angry that his mouth was crooked. "I'm already dead, and you still want to reuse trash?" Yes, yes, yes. Waste, waste, waste. Not only was the Big Eel not angry, it even laughed. The soldiers of this place were quite interesting. They even called it trash. Fuck, hurry up. The unlucky soldiers had no way to resist. If they really died on the battlefield, it was not impossible for them to be used as stepping stones. Big Eel and Sea Anemone cut through the warehouse from the north, which was equivalent to cutting the entire warehouse into two. The two of them attacked from the front and back, one from the front and one from the back. As a result, the soldiers in the warehouse were not only attacked from the front and back, but also from the middle. Machine gunners, advance. Rifle team, move in a roundabout manner. Strangle them from the front and back. Inside the warehouse, Li Jinyan was giving out orders one after another. When the tracer warning came, he immediately said to Yi Qian, "Alert, reload." Tracer bullets were loaded into the magazine in advance, usually in the position of the third last bullet. In this way, as long as a tracer bullet appeared during battle, they would know that they needed to change the magazine. Yi Qian quickly went on alert, while Li Jinyan leaned against the wall and reloaded. Clear advance. Hearing the sound of a magazine being reloaded, Yi Qian knew that he had finished reloading. He accurately eliminated one of the enemy machine gunners, and the firepower of the deep battle was completely eliminated. Chapter 16:57. Big Eel, who was fighting in the middle, said, "Complete the attack. Quick." Soon, Big Eel led the rifle team and finished shooting under the cover of Big Eel and the machine gunners. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of bullets never stopped. Bullet tracks streaked across the snowy night, bringing with them the beauty of a flourishing firework. It was especially beautiful in the snow, but it was also so frightening. In the warehouse, some of the 16 local soldiers were suppressed by the front line to the point that they couldn't move. Li Jinyan and Xianxia came from behind, and their cooperation was flawless. They broke through the defense line and killed their way in. The entire battle was like an inescapable net that surrounded the entire warehouse, making it impossible for the soldiers inside to advance or retreat. They were suppressed by the firepower to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. If they did, their heads would be blown off. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. The front, back, and center were all eliminated. This meant that the entire base had been conquered. From the attack, to the outflanking tactic, to the complete elimination, this operation took a total of 16 minutes. Next, this place belonged to the Storm Commandos. Turning on the light on his helmet, Li Jinyan pointed at the battle map and deployed again. This is the highest point of the entire base, and it's also our final attack position. The Snowfield Brigade will cut in from the west, and will cut in from the east. Now, we'll wait here. Li Jinyan gently pointed at a coordinate with his thin lips pressed together and said coldly, "Big Eel will lead 12 comrades into the final position. Xianxia and I will complete the hunting operation." Li Jinyan was a little afraid to let Yi Qian out of his sight. Xia Jinyuan's target in the capture plan was Yi Qian. As the captain, he had to protect her. He was afraid that Yi Qian's previous mistakes would make Xia Jinyuan want to teach her a lesson. If it was as he guessed, with Xia Jinyuan's fierce fighting style, he wouldn't just send one person. It was very likely that he would personally go and teach Yi Qian a lesson, because if it was him, he would have done the same. At this moment, Yi Qian was not as uneasy as before. She had made a mistake, so she would definitely be punished. At this moment, she was not worried about what kind of punishment she would receive. Instead, she was serious about completing the competition until the end. As the sound of gunfire faded, Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a rifle in his hand, looked up at the sky. A faint smile flashed across his thin lips, and he gestured for them to speed up. Walking at the front, he was like an arrow released from a bow, walking faster than anyone else. On the big screen in the command center, they could clearly see the movements of the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They were all gathering towards the command center. The Navy commander looked up at the command tent and said to the Major General of the Army, "Good boy, he really managed to find his way here. Our place is well hidden, but he still managed to find it. Omnipotent Soldier King. He can reach the sky and dive into the sea. He could be an eagle in the sky, a dragon in the sea, and a tiger on land. It's not surprising that he was able to find this place. It's just that." The Major General of the Army was very satisfied with his soldier's judgment. He paused for a moment and smiled. "It's just that I didn't expect him to find his way here so quickly. This speed was a bit too fast." Chapter 16:58. Why did it feel like his plan was to go straight to the command center and capture the generals. Reporting, Team B has entered the perimeter of the command center. The sentries outside have been controlled. 4 Team B members have entered. Infrared sensors have been destroyed. 2 Team B members have entered. Speaking of the devil, Major Xia led 6 Snowfield brigade members into the command center. As soon as they entered, they were blinded by the white lights and couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their eyes. The Navy commander was already laughing out loud. Q King, you actually managed to sneak into the command center. You really got the wrong place. This is not the place for you to fight. Xia Jinyuan, who had already finished his salute, smiled and replied, I just wanted to borrow the command center. Borrow the command center? The Navy commander was confused. He didn't know what Xia Jinyuan was up to. What do you want? We don't have any weapons to lend you. The Army Major General also stood up. Although his face was serious, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Since you've already snuck in, we'll consider our position to have sunk. I'll give you 5 minutes. Once you're done, leave. Yes, sir. Xia Jinyuan saluted again. Then his slender legs strode over to a technical soldier operating the control panel. Brother, I'll borrow it for 5 minutes. Thank you. Z7, who had followed behind him, waited for the technical soldier to stand up before sitting down. The technical soldier didn't stand up immediately. Instead, he asked for instructions from the general first. After getting the general's nod, he stood up and said in a low voice, It's a brand new control panel. Don't press it. The entire command center's instruments and equipment were extraordinarily expensive. They couldn't be picked up without at least 7 digits. The technical soldier was more attentive to them than he was to his ancestors. He was afraid that something would go wrong. Z7 Han Jing patted the technical soldier's shoulder and said seriously, Don't worry, brother. If anything goes wrong, you can take my head. Stop wasting time. Hurry. Xia Jinyuan pushed him to sit down. Show me Qing Niao's position and the final battle position. K7, draw the map. T6 and V8, cut into Team A's wireless communications and complete the eavesdropping. G3 was in charge of security to prevent the storm commandos from sneaking in. Xia Jinyuan sat down and took off his combat gloves and placed them beside the control panel. His slender fingers typed a series of commands on the keyboard. Then he freed his left hand on the control panel and pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Xia Jinyuan squinted his eyes slightly. This person was a scout in the Water Ghost movie. As for this person, he had to find out where he was. The technical soldiers at the side were dumbfounded when they saw these Special Forces soldiers in snow camouflage moving their fingers quickly and skillfully operating various instruments. The scout from the Storm Commandos, the Water Demon codenamed Sea Thorn, quickly found a new hiding spot. They've been in the command center for 2 minutes. I haven't heard any sounds of fighting. You're right, Devil. The command center isn't our final battle position. Li Jinyan glanced at Qing Niao, who was walking a few steps ahead of him. If they confirmed that this wasn't their final battle position, then Xia Jinyuan would have entered the command center to search for Qing Niao. Chapter 1659. Why would he think that? It was probably just his intuition. Xia Jinyuan valued Qing Niao very much. He had spent so much effort to cultivate her, but in the end, she had committed a grave mistake on the battlefield. Xia Jinyuan would not let Qing Niao off the hook so easily. In that case, should he cooperate with Xia Jinyuan to teach Qing Niao a lesson? Things have been going too smoothly for her, so she should suffer a little. Devil, this is Q King. Just as Li Jinyan was thinking about whether he should cooperate with Xia Jinyuan, an impossible voice sounded in his earpiece. Li Jinyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Their radio waves had been hacked. In other words, the entire communication channel had been jammed and intercepted. I only have 5 minutes. It took me 2 minutes to crack your radio password. After 3 minutes, I will quit and the command center will not be lent to me anymore. Xia Jinyuan actually spoke very fast, but he enunciated every word clearly. His words were sharp, which gave people the illusion that he was speaking very slowly. I need the green bird, and I want to give her a very good gift for our first meeting. I know you have always kept her by your side, and you will send people to protect her. Devil, Qing Niao does not need protection. She needs everyone to be at ease. She can fight against thousands of soldiers and horses by herself, and she can wipe out a company with a sniper rifle. She does not need protection. On the contrary, she needs to be taught a lesson. Do you understand what I mean? His voice was very calm, and there was no anger in it. Even the tone of every word was controlled and flat. It was completely impossible to tell that Xia Jinyuan was feeling emotional. However, Li Jinya knew that Xia Jinyuan, who was usually calm, was really angry this time. The two of them were the same type of people. The angrier they were, the more emotional they were, and the more they controlled their body language, actions, and all other aspects. They would never let others see that their emotions had changed. I understand, Li Jinyan replied, then calmly asked him, "Is that all?" Xia Jinyuan's laughter came from the earpiece. "This is a big deal, not a small matter. Sorry to disturb you. See you later." He quickly hung up the phone and instructed T6 and V8. "All right, switch back. We're done here." That's right. He was here for this matter. He was here for Yi Qian. The group came and left in a hurry. As for the water ghoul scout, C. Thorn, who had been discovered, he was nowhere to be seen. Xia Jinyuan walked to the spot where C. Thorn had been squatting and took a look. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. Demon King Li had said that their scouts could complete missions on land and sea. That was indeed the case. It wasn't a normal mission, but a perfect one. The position where he was squatting was less than 3 meters away from the position where the pigeon was squatting. Judging from the footprints he left behind, the tip of his foot was facing the position where the pigeon was squatting. This meant that he had discovered the pigeon at that time, but did not take action. As for the pigeon, a team member who was good at snow and mountain reconnaissance, he actually did not discover the location of the water ghoul scout. The pigeon broke out in a cold sweat. He really did not discover the water ghoul scout less than 3 meters away from him. The Demon King has a lot of talented people under him. He managed to train the entire team in less than 2 years. I have to ask him for some experience. Xia Jinyuan lifted his foot and covered the footprints with the snow beside him. He muttered something and turned to leave. However, Z7 and the others were sweating along with the pigeon because of what he said. The Demon King's training could only be described in one word: cruel. Chapter 1660. If that was the case, their training in the future would most likely be harsh and cruel. Just thinking about those days, ha 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 ha. The senior generals in the command center were all confused by Xia Jinyuan's arrival. Did he make such a big fuss just to contact the team that was fighting against them? There was no conversation during the whole process. It was all about Qing Yao. Major General Lu frowned. He pondered for a moment and then said to the civilian beside him, "Check Qing Yao's whereabouts and get the electronic eye." Xia Jinyuan's words revealed too much. Qing Yao did not need protection. Of course, as a special forces soldier who could fight alone, why would she need protection? She should not be protected, but should be protecting each other with her comrades. In the last sentence, he said that Qing Yao needed to be taught a lesson. Why did Qing Yao need to be taught a lesson? She came to the command center's territory and left after finishing her work. She did not give a proper explanation and instead left them guessing and wondering why Qing Yao needed to be taught a lesson. There's no need to get the electronic eye. Contact me directly, Team B leader. Major General Lu did not want to beat around the bush. He directly asked the technical soldier to contact Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who had already left, did not hide anything. He reported the ins and outs of the matter to Major General Lu. After that, he added, "If we don't grind her, she won't be a useful person. She has too little experience in individual combat. We need to let her experience what kind of cruelty she will face if she fails in individual combat. As a female soldier, she will never be treated well." This was especially true if they were captured by criminals who were internationally organized, disciplined, and had their own set of rules. There was no such thing as preferential treatment of captives. Criminal groups would not abide by any of the conventions and regulations, such as not mutilating captives or subjecting them to any medical or scientific experiments, nor violence, intimidation, or humiliation of captives. Not only would they not abide by these rules, some countries would not abide by them either. capture you, and provide you with good food and drinks. Hell, what wishful thinking. Major General Liu was silent. Yi Qian had indeed made a big mistake. Then, he ordered, "Don't use your methods. Just teach her a lesson. After all, she hasn't officially joined the army yet. She's just a cadet. She hasn't received a complete systematic and professional training, as well as the various assessments of the Snowfield Brigade. You can't rush for quick results. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. You will still be punished, but you have to know your limits. Do you understand?" Xia Jinyuan agreed, but the look in his eyes was terrifyingly cold. If his girlfriend made a mistake, he would not cover it up, let alone hide it from his superiors. His girlfriend had made a mistake, and as her boyfriend, he was responsible for making her realize her mistake and making her swallow the bitter fruit of her mistake. There was no such thing as repeated mistakes in his dictionary. The first time it happened, he would mercilessly strangle it to death. There would not be a second chance for it to happen. Yi Qian, who was walking, didn't feel cold at all, but she shivered for some reason. Then, the sense of danger from her previous life came crashing down on her like an avalanche, making her stop in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Li Jinyan keenly noticed her abnormality and asked her directly, "Is there a situation?" Yi Qian pursed her lips and scanned her surroundings. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and she didn't feel like she was being watched. That shiver was a little inexplicable. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't inexplicable either. After killing Bai He like that, if Captain Xia knew what was waiting for her. Chapter 1661. What awaited her was definitely not good news. Based on his understanding of him, he would never let her go so easily. Yi Qian lowered his gaze to hide the coldness in his eyes. She was the target of his plan to capture her, and he would never change that. At the same time, he would probably learn from Baihe's mistakes and make more careful arrangements for her. Li Jinyan saw this and didn't say anything else. He didn't tell his comrades that Xia Jinyuan had contacted him alone, and he didn't reveal to Yi Qian what was going to happen next. As they got closer and closer to the final position, Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle, suddenly tensed up. "Someone's here, hide." With a whoosh, a total of 10 team members spread out and quickly hid. "Don't waste your bullets. Just take out the 2 sentries." The closer they got to the final position, the more dangerous it was. The Storm Commandos, who also liked to assassinate, would never alert the enemy if they could do it quietly. In many cases, the Special Forces liked to assassinate first, taking out the whistles and Xianxia so that it would be easier for the brothers behind to enter. The team led by the Shao had already exchanged fire. The sound of bullets came from the north and escalated in less than 2 minutes. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots made Yi Qian's eyes light up. "There's no movement from the west for now. Let's occupy the position first." Li Jinyan, who had snuck up and knocked out a sentry, quickly ordered his team members to occupy the position first while the Shao was distracted by the Shao. Xia Jinyuan needed to capture Qing Yao, so he wouldn't deliberately let Yi Qian fall into the enemy's hands just because he knew about it. He would only proceed according to the original plan. Xia Jinyuan was wrong about one thing. He had never thought of deliberately protecting Qing Yao. That was because they were partners now, and on the battlefield, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect his partner. On the north side, the Shao was suddenly attacked while moving. He led 12 team members and immediately hid behind the nearest cover. After confirming the enemy's general direction and position, he immediately led his team members to shoot continuously. While suppressing the enemy's firepower, he sent 5 team members to move forward again. "Go around the left side. Clear the path for the devil quick. 11 o'clock ahead, machine gunners and snipers. Kill him. Right away." The sniper from the same team crawled on the ground, then skillfully rolled and quickly moved to another cover. After confirming the clear target at 11 o'clock, he directly killed the enemy machine gunner. The branches in front of them swayed with a hua-hua sound. Someone cursed in a low voice as he retracted his machine gun. He was already dead. "Demon King, we are still about a kilometer away from the final position, a platoon of soldiers. There are fewer obstructions ahead, and the field of vision is wide, so the probability of being ambushed is increased. Li Jinyin and the others were already quite close to the final position. There was no cover in front of them. They could either crawl forward or use direct fire to suppress their advance. Observing a slope, Li Jinyin contacted his great mermaid and said, "Restrain the main firepower. We are about 500 meters away from the base." The surrounding sentry posts and stakes had all been destroyed. A few rows of wooden houses were not far ahead. At this time, they could still see sentries walking back and forth. All right. De Xiao immediately ordered 5 of his teammates, who had snuck up ahead of time, to pull the main firepower of the wooden houses over, causing the enemy to mistakenly think that the houses were also their main firepower. Hearing the sound of bullets getting denser and denser, Li Jinyin led his team to the slope to provide cover. Chapter 1662. The closer they were to the enemy, the higher the risk of being hit. At the same time, they could also hit the enemy more accurately. The 10 figures all lowered their center of gravity as they moved, making full use of the slope terrain and the snow-covered shrubs as cover. While they were moving, a bullet suddenly shot out and hit the snow-covered shrubs with a bang. The snowflakes instantly splashed up, and Yi Qian, who was moving stealthily, took advantage of the momentum to directly lie down in the snow. Then, countless blanks were fired from the roof of the wooden house. They were discovered. Now, there was no way to move stealthily. They could only suppress the movement with firepower. Everyone lay down in the snow and used the slope to attack the wooden house. Hearing the sound of bullets coming from the north and east, Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly and said to all his comrades, "Let the storm commandos suppress them first. After 5 minutes, we will launch the attack. Leave Qing Yao to me. Pigeons and reinforcements will maintain the main firepower." Q King, don't be too cruel. J5 knew that he was going to teach Qing Yao a lesson. Although he couldn't stop him, he still reminded him. Xia Jinyuan smiled at him and crushed the snow with his combat boots. Although he didn't say anything, his actions and the look in his eyes, J5 couldn't help but pat his helmet. "Qing Yao, as a brother, I can only help you up to this point. You can't mess with anyone, but you have to provoke Q King. So just bear with it. He's doing this for your own good." J5 saw that there was no turning back, so he didn't say anything more. It was useless to say more. Qing Yao should be taught a lesson. She was young and inexperienced in individual combat. It would be good for her to be taught a lesson. With this thought, J5 was no longer worried. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy paid close attention to Xia Jinyuan's movements. When they saw him leading 3 team members step by step to Qing Yao's location, the Major General couldn't help but sit up straight. It's 1 against 4. Qing Yao won't be able to escape. The Navy commander sighed softly. Team B had directly raided the command center for no other reason than to capture Qing Yao. It was clear that Xia Jinyuan wanted to meet Qing Yao for real. Major General Liu pursed his lips and said in a tight voice, "Qing Yao's individual combat ability is strong, but she lacks experience. Although she can fight against 4 people, she may not necessarily be captured." Once people saw each other's true abilities, they would no longer treat the match as a competition, but a real fight to the death. The potential of the Special Forces was limitless, and Qing Yao's potential was even more unfathomable. She might not lose if she fought against 4 people at once. "He's here." Suddenly, the Navy commander's face changed. He stared at the big screen and saw a member of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed T6, approaching less than 3 meters away from Qing Yao. Yi Qian was covering for Li Jinyin and the others. At this time, she was in the same position as Prawn, who was in a roundabout battle. She was covering for all her comrades, including the machine gunner's reinforcement position. When she saw her comrades moving to attack the side of the wooden house, she suddenly felt like she was being targeted by a ferocious beast. As long as she turned her head, her neck would be bitten and she would die on the spot. "I'm being targeted. You guys focus on fire, don't worry about me." Yi Qian didn't move immediately. She now needed to take out a machine gun firing point. Since she had already found the target, if she moved now, it would bring destruction to her comrades in front of her. She had no choice. She had to stay where she was and take out the machine gun firing point. Using the infrared laser sight, Yi Qian aimed at a machine gun firing point on the left windowsill of the wooden house. She silently counted how many seconds it would take for the beast to attack her from behind and pulled the trigger. Chapter 1663. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, Yi Qian's single shot was not abrupt. As such, the bystanders would not be able to tell what effect her shot had. Meanwhile, Li Jingyin and the others, who were on the move, could feel that the firepower coming from the wooden house had lessened significantly. Without the suppressive fire from the machine guns, they could move quickly and fight. Be careful, Qing Miao. Once you get captured, think of a way to escape. Li Jingyin did not change his plan, nor did he deliberately ask Yi Qian to stay behind to provide cover. Before he spoke to Xia Jinyuan, he had already made such arrangements. When Yi Qian, who was rolling in the snow, heard this, she only replied with a simple "okay" before cutting off the call. The T6 combatant, who had made a pouncing motion, was just waiting for himself to leap into the air and capture Yi Qian. But who could have expected such a big change to happen in just 3 seconds? Yi Qian picked up her rifle and rolled down the slope. Wasn't she afraid that she would turn into a human snowball? Nice! Amazing! The Navy commander and the Army's major general, who were observing the entire process, applauded Yi Qian's calmness. What a wonderful dodge. If she had been 3 seconds slower just now, she would have been pinned down by the T6 combatant. Why does it feel like she knew in advance? Before she fired, her lips seemed to have moved a little. Was she telling her comrades something? After the Navy commander finished applauding, he started to have doubts again, and he realized that every time he saw Yi Qian in action, he would always have countless questions. Actually, the Army's major general had as many questions as the Navy commander. He also felt like Yi Qian knew that someone was targeting her, so she calculated the time. The second she fired the shot, she held her rifle and rolled away, avoiding the T6 combatant's unarmed attack. If she didn't notice, she would have paused for a few seconds after she finished firing the shot. Then she would have moved to join up with her comrades instead of rolling away from them with her rifle in her arms. The Army's major general analyzed the situation carefully, so it's very likely that she has already noticed the danger around her and dodged after she finished firing the shot. That was the only explanation. The Navy commander grabbed the cup and drank a mouthful of tea that was close to the temperature of ice. The coldness swept through his mouth, and when the cold tea entered his stomach, it stimulated his spirit 100 times more. He said, "You really have guts. This is a courage that must be possessed." The Demon King led his troops to attack the wooden house, and as a reinforcement to cover for his comrades. Even though she knew that she was in danger, she still had to complete her mission first. Furthermore, Major General Liu thought for a while before continuing. Qing Yao should have calculated the distance between the T6 combatants and how long it would take for them to attack. She should have avoided them immediately after completing the task. Not only are you courageous, but you are also very meticulous. Every time he watched her fight, he could always dig out her strong points. He even felt that watching her fight gave him a sense of invincible and invincible. Xia Jinyuan was right. It was precisely because she was outstanding that she had to be polished. As long as there was even the slightest mistake, she had to be taught a lesson immediately. Otherwise, when the time came, she would harm herself and lose her life because of a small mistake. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan did not smile because of Yi Qian's reaction. On the contrary, his expression became even more solemn. This was because he understood that since Yi Qian was so outstanding, she could not afford to have any mishaps on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be a great loss to the country and the military. The young major ordered his comrades in a ruthless tone. T6 combatants, fire blanks and force her to come over. Chapter 1664. Yi Qian knew that they were being surrounded and fired blindly from the top of the slope. It was obvious that they wanted to force her into a certain area. She had to think of a way to escape. Escape, Yi Qian, run downhill. Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. He calmly told Yi Qian, avoid open areas, run east. The east was sunny, and the trees were more lush than the shady side. There were also more shrubs, and there was also more cover. As long as they entered a complex area, their chances of escaping would increase. Okay, I got it. Yi Qian, who had already gotten up, ran towards the east. As she ran, she did not forget to voice her suspicions. They're coming directly from where I am. Devil King cut off communications. I suspect that they have a radar tracker. If I don't contact the team, I will definitely still be entangled with them. Once I escape, I will contact the team immediately. It was possible that they had been tracked by radar. Li Jinyin said calmly. Remember, never stay in one place. As you run, think of a way to escape. Cover the distance with your pistols. Don't let them get close. This time, Yi Qian was really fighting alone. It was also her first time fighting alone. Let's see what the final outcome would be. He also did not want to see her captured. At this time, Yi Qian had already cut off communications. As she ran, her brain was thinking at high speed. East, no, I can't run to the east. Everyone knew that the east side was lush with trees. Logically speaking, they would choose to run in that direction. Then, the Snowfield Brigade members would also think the same. In that case, it was very likely that they would ambush her in the east. Thinking of this, Yi Qian did not hesitate and immediately gave up on the east side. Then, she remembered that the Snowfield Brigade still needed to complete the mobile battle with the local troops. They might not be able to send out too many members to capture her alone. There was a wide area and few people. She would have a chance to escape. The east side was not her choice, but she needed to test if there were people ambushing her in the east. She also needed to see how many people were ambushing her. If there were really 3 or 4 people, she had to admit that Captain Xia thought too highly of her. You're running faster than a rabbit. Q King, come down. The T6 directly fired at the ground, and the empty cartridges splashed snow everywhere. After a series of gunshots, several bullet holes were left in the fluffy snow. When the T6 combatant, who had been chasing after Yi Qian, saw him running east, he slowed down. His reaction was too fast. Just as he rushed over, Xianxia, who was in the middle of shooting, suddenly grabbed the rifle and rolled down the mountain. It happened so suddenly that he almost fell into the snow. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting at the front, knew that the little fox was not easy to catch. Because they needed to capture her, they could not directly aim at her and shoot. If they were shot and killed on the spot, it would be meaningless. It had to be a game of cat and mouse. Trying to play petty tricks? She didn't have any tricks up her sleeves. She had to rely on her IQ, reflexes, actions, judgment, and individual combat skills to escape. There was a wide area and few people, so it would be easy for her to escape. But that would depend on whether she had the ability to do so. There was movement in front of them. The hidden pigeon saw a figure running in a zigzag pattern that was not easy to hit. It was followed by the howling north wind. It was Yi Qian. He's coming. Get ready. The pigeon reminded Xia Jinyuan, who was about 5 meters behind her, in a low voice. 10 meters to go, 9 meters, 8, 7, 6. As she counted, she fell silent. A few seconds later, the pigeon said anxiously, T6, head south. Chapter 1665. Yi Qian took a detour. Since they were forcing her to head east, she definitely wouldn't allow it. She had heard that there were about 3 people. Captain Xia really thought highly of her. He had sent 3 people to capture her alive. Not the east. Choose the south. The combat map indicated that there was a cliff in the south. As long as she got close to the cliff and used the cliff to hide, she could come up from the north and rendezvous with Demon King Li. Not only could she rendezvous with Demon King Li, but she could also attack the Snowfield Brigade from behind. Be careful of the gun in her hand. It's not a rifle, it's a pistol. Xia Jinyuan reacted faster than the 2 of them. His back was arched, and it was as if he had springs under his feet. He instantly dashed out a few meters. Yi Qian was not pinned down by anyone. There was a combat map in her mind, a topographic map. The body's reaction always followed the brain's orders, and the brain's reaction always led the body to follow. There would never be a time when the brain's reaction and the body's reaction went against each other. This was Yi Qian's reaction and judgment. The combination of these two made it so that she did not need to stop to think. She could run, think, and deploy her troops at the same time. Thus, she gave the command center the illusion that she was very familiar with this place. She was so familiar that no matter where she ran, it would be correct and would not lead to a dead end. She has memorized the combat map and topographic map. The Major General whispered to the Navy commander. She can only be so familiar with this place if she memorizes it. Otherwise, she won't be able to find the way out so accurately every time. The Navy commander did not need strong tea to refresh himself. He felt excited just by looking at Xianxia. Her bright and spirited eyes were reluctant to move away from the screen for fear that she would miss the highlights if she moved her eyes away. She has seen the combat map and topographic map 3 times in total. If she really wants to memorize them, her memory is quite amazing. Yes, her memory is amazing to begin with. That's why I said that she might not lose in a 1 versus 4 battle. The Major General smiled. Xianxia wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson and teach her a lesson. He would have to suffer a little in the early stages. The Major General seemed to have thought of something as a smile appeared on his face. The naval commander, who was so focused on the screen, did not notice that he had seen Xianxia shake off the T6 and take out his gun to shoot behind him at the same time. This time, she used a pistol instead of a rifle. The T6 was the closest to her, and the pistol's range was shorter. Although the hit rate was lower, the pistol was small and compact and was most suitable for running battles. Shooting at such close range forced the T6 combatant to slow down and seek cover in order to avoid being hit. No matter if it was a pistol, a rifle, a machine gun, a sniper rifle, etc. As long as it was in Xianxia's hands, she would be able to operate it. Her shooting movements were very smooth, and her opponent would tremble in fear. Flank her! Flank her! If we don't flank her now, I'm afraid one of us will be wiped out by her. The T6 combatant dodged the bullets and panted. She's even using the pistols as a rifle. Her shooting was smooth, and there was not much time between each bullet. It was precisely because of this that the T6 combatant was trembling in fear. Xianxia knew that it would be difficult to capture Xianxia alive. Otherwise, he would not have personally gone in a battle and let the J5 take on the Demon King. When he heard that, he picked up his pistol and fired in the direction Xianxia was fleeing. Bang! A blank bullet hit a tree to the right. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and she ran even faster. Her slender figure was really like a rabbit, zigzagging left and right in a zigzag pattern. It made it impossible for the people behind her to aim properly and could only shoot blindly. Chapter 1666. Before the gunshots could fade away, a second, third, and third shot came one after another. Xianxia, who was already running fast enough, suddenly sped up again. It was as though he had a motor attached to him as he ran. Following that, he looked like a swimmer who had jumped into a swimming pool. His posture was extremely elegant and agile as he jumped over a fallen tree. When he landed, he rolled and hid in the blink of an eye. Take cover. When Xianxia saw this, he immediately warned the T6 combatant and Pigeon in a low voice. He knew she was going to counterattack. She still had a rifle and a pistol on her. As for the ammo capacity, he did not know. But one thing was for sure. She definitely did not have as many ammo as the 3 of them. Pigeon and the T6 combatant rolled in the snow to avoid Xianxia's blind shots. Pigeon, who was half crouching behind a tree, said softly, as expected of Xianxia, "She's quite difficult to deal with. Hugh King, can the 3 of us capture her alive? She's too familiar with the terrain. She's been running very accurately without making a single mistake. Although she's running away now, it's as though we're chasing after her according to the escape route we set for her. We're not chasing after her according to the route we planned." It felt like they were being led by the nose. Xianxia replied, "It's only been 5 minutes. You want to capture Xianxia in 5 minutes? Do you really think we're catching a bird? Xianxia is the predecessor of a phoenix, do you understand? A phoenix is also a bird," the T5 combatant answered in all seriousness. "I feel like we're catching a bird, but it's a little difficult." When he said that, Pigeon wanted to laugh, but did not dare to. If you want to capture her, I'll give you 10 days off when we get back, so you can go chase after your girlfriend. Xianxia was very generous, as he threw out such bait to make the T6 combatant willingly take the bait. He said bravely through his earpiece, "Come on, Q King. What can I do for you?" Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. "Just move around and suppress her with your firepower. Pigeon and I will attack from the left and right. Don't hold back with your bullets, and don't waste them too much either. Don't end up with a tracer bullet." "No problem. No problem. I still have 2 more magazines, so I have enough bullets." The T6 combatant laughed. After laughing, he raised his rifle and quickly provided cover for his comrade. Yiqian would not fight them with bullets. The 3 of them chased after her, and only one of them opened fire. It was obvious that they wanted her to run out of bullets, so that the 3 of them could capture her alive. With a cold gaze, Yiqian pursed his lips. After firing 4 shots with his pistol, he no longer hid in the same spot. Instead, he carefully moved his body and continued to run. She was running downhill, and her feet were stuck in the snow. She couldn't stop and ran south with all her strength. She couldn't stop. If she did, she would be surrounded. She's running away again. She's not a bird but a rabbit, right? The T6 combatant was dumbfounded. If she doesn't become Q King, how long can we keep chasing her like this? J5 is up against Demon King. Let's not lose. Pigeon, who had caught up to him, replied, "What we need to do now is to exhaust Xianxia's stamina and bullets. We won't lose, even if we have a captive on our hands." Xianxia did not reply. He strode forward and stepped into the snow with his combat boots. When he pulled them out, he could feel the hostility in them. If Xianxia, who was groomed by a sergeant major and a world-class sniper, was captured by the 3 of them in less than 10 minutes, then she would not be everyone's pride. She would also have let down old Uncle Jin and Uncle Chen. At this moment, Yiqian clearly understood that as a special forces soldier, he should not confront the enemy unless he had no other choice. If he could carry out an assassination, he must do so. That was the wisest course of action. Chapter 1667. She also understood that when she was fighting alone, she could only rely on herself. There was no way she could count on timely support. Even if there really was support, she was the only one who could save herself when there was no support. Run. She could only run now. Run to the next advantageous position and hide before launching a counterattack. The naval commander who was watching the battle narrowed his eyes. He saw Xianxia starting to speed up in an attempt to block Xianxia from the front. Following that, the T6 combatants started firing again from behind, while the pigeons cooperated with the entire operation. Occasionally, they would fire to distract Yiqian so that she did not have time to pay attention to the situation around her. She kept running south. If that's the case, the Major General of the Army carefully looked at the battle map on the table and then at the topographic map. He tapped his finger on a spot and understood why Yiqian was running south. There were cliffs in the south. A place like this that was considered a hopeless situation for ordinary people was a good place for the Special Forces. What did the Special Forces usually train for? Climbing ravines and cliffs were all part of their training. When the Snowfield Brigade was guarding the plateau and building a base station, they would climb the steep mountains that were often covered in snow and were so weathered that even snow leopards would have a hard time climbing them. Xianxia had traveled through hundreds of thousands of forests in the western province with Soldier King Old Chun. So how could she not have climbed cliffs before? She ran in that direction because she knew there were cliffs in the south. She knew that, and so did Xianxia. He had broken into the command center and pulled out all the electronic cameras. He then connected to the satellite map and looked at the terrain and topography of the entire position before getting his comrades to draw a map. It was clear that he had a plan in mind. After discovering Yiqian's intentions, he immediately chased after her and cut her off. It had to be said that this match was extremely exciting from beginning to end. The match between Xianxia and Li Jinyan was exciting. The members of the 2 teams were also exciting. Now that he was going up against Yiqian again, it was exciting. On the other side, Li Jinyan and J5 were already engaged in a fight. Both sides moved like ghosts in the forest, quietly descending to each other's side. Then, fist met fist, foot met foot, and when the close combat ended, it meant that one side had died. Li Jinyan looked cold, but when he was hunting, he was surprisingly gentle. He liked to kill from a distance, and as soon as he heard the beep sound, he would immediately turn away, not giving the members of the Snowfield Brigade a chance to search for him. To be called the Demon King and be respected by his teammates, his individual combat ability was definitely terrifying. At this moment, he was already facing the members of the Snowfield Brigade. It was up to the Snowfield Brigade to delay him. Whether it was individual combat or team combat, the members of the Snowfield Brigade were all elites in the Special Forces. They were not afraid to fight the Demon King. Instead, they were all extremely excited, and their eyes shone with a fierce light. He really is the Demon King. He comes and goes without a trace. Just now, one of our brothers was killed here. He was shot in the back, which means that the Demon King's range of activity is now in this area. J5 and his 4 comrades squatted together and began to deploy. The brothers in charge of security were constantly looking around to prevent a sneak attack. We'll flank him from outside his range of activity. Sparrow Hawk, you attack, Eagle Magpie, and I will be responsible for searching the periphery. Now that the Storm Commandos have lost 4 members and 2 of our brothers are dead, we have to prevent the Demon King from attacking from behind. Chapter 1668. After arranging the 5-man teams, J5 said to all his comrades, team up in pairs. Don't stray too far away unless there are special circumstances. The water ghosts are used to fighting in the water and like to shoot people from behind. Actually, they also like to shoot people from behind. The difference was that they liked to get close to the enemy and finish them off with a dagger. Sometimes they would press down on the enemy's head with both hands and twist it hard. The dislocation of the enemy's cervical vertebrae would be solved without bleeding. The Snowfield Brigade arranged for the hunting team. Li Jinyan and the others did the same. It seemed like only one member of the Storm Commandos was moving, but in reality, there was another person who was always in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Underwater combat was different from combat on land. In underwater combat, the water ghosts would never act alone. They had to work in pairs. At the same time, one person would be in the open and the other in the dark. Li Jinyan was now in the open, while the whale beside him was in the dark. The two of them moved back and forth, looking for a target to hunt. His communication with Yi Qian had been cut off. Yi Qian had turned off his communicator on his own accord. Now that he had not contacted him for a long time, it was clear that he still had not escaped. Q King had personally captured Qing Niao alive, and Qing Niao was afraid that she would implicate the Storm Commandos, so she had turned off her communicator. Then he had to hurry up and kill a few more members of the Snowfield Brigade. Only then would he be worthy of Qing Niao's sacrifice. What he did not know was that Yi Qian had been completely blocked off at this time. When Yi Qian saw the tall figure standing in the snow about 4 meters away from him, his pupils suddenly contracted. At the same time, there was a bright light in his dark eyes. Captain Xia, he had actually come personally to block him. When was the first time he met him? Yes, when he was 14 years old, he was training with the soldiers of Fujian Town in the forest. Captain Xia had suddenly barged in, and that was when they met. So many years had passed, but Yi Qian could still remember every minute and every second of that time clearly. There's nowhere to run, Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan coldly looked at the female soldier who had made a mistake and deserved to be taught a lesson. There was not a trace of gentleness in his dark eyes. Next, you will become a captive and experience the treatment of a captive. His voice was very, very cold, without a trace of gentleness. There was no gentleness in his voice, nor was there any gentleness in his voice, because this was a battlefield, and the two of them were on opposite sides, enemies. Following that, he gestured to the T6 combatants and Pigeon who were flanking him. The 3 of them approached Yi Qian in a triangular formation. Qing Niao, there are no familiar faces on the battlefield. No matter how familiar a person is, as long as they're in different camps, they're enemies. As enemies, we will not give you preferential treatment just because you're someone we know and a female soldier. There's only one principle on a battlefield, and that is who wins and who loses, Xia Jinyuan said faintly as he walked. Every word he said was filled with coldness and indifference. As the distance between the four of them got closer and closer, Yi Qian, who was pursing his lips, couldn't help but touch his left wrist. It had been a long time since he had used his silver wire. In the final head-on confrontation, two of the three combatants threw punches and one kicked. They attacked Yi Qian mercilessly. From the beginning, this battle had been a battle of numbers and strength. However, Yi Qian was not a tough nut to crack. Since there was no way to escape, he would fight to the death and win himself a chance of survival. Chapter 1669. The unsharpened combat dagger quickly parried Xia Jinyuan's kick. That's right, the most ruthless of the three was Xia Jinyuan, who was her boyfriend. He immediately launched an attack with his leg. His move gave the T6 combatant and the pigeon a fright. Wasn't he too ruthless? Did he really think they were enemies? After forcing Xia Jinyuan into a corner, Yi Qian quickly parried the T6 combatant's fist with his dagger. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's next kick, she raised her left leg and struck it down without hesitation. At the same time, she turned her body sideways to ensure that she could dodge and counterattack at the same time. At this moment, her flexibility also played a huge role. With her right leg raised almost to the top of her head, Yi Qian struck Xia Jinyuan's calf with lightning speed. Then she used the force from his leg to turn around nimbly. Just like in a martial arts movie, her entire body twisted strangely to avoid the T6 combatant's fist once again. Xia Jinyuan, who had been kicked in the calf, pursed his lips tightly. When he retracted his leg, he secretly clenched his fist. It was quite painful. The rabbit has turned into a snake. The T6 combatant retracted his fist and attacked again with the pigeon. Yi Qian's first agile dodge made Xia Jinyuan scoff coldly. It was a half-smile that was full of ferocity and cruelty. Compared to the wrestling match he had with Yi Qian when he was 14, Xia Jinyuan was not joking at all this time. He used his own fighting style on the battlefield to force Yi Qian closer. Q King, don't be too ruthless. Are you really planning to beat him to death? The pigeon leaned close to Xia Jinyuan and said in a low voice with a frown, "We already have the upper hand when it's 3 against 1. Don't you think you're going too far?" Xia Jinyuan moved his wrist and glanced at the pigeon coldly. He said indifferently, "What's too far? Haven't we encountered a 3 against 1 situation before? Is a real 3 against 1 like this? A real 3 against 1 would be even more ruthless than this. You could even lose your life at any time. What am I too much of? Oh, Qing Niao should be glad that now we are all soldiers of the same country, wearing the same military uniform, and having a competition between brothers. If we were to face off against each other on the battlefield, would it still be like this? Are you here to tell me that it's too much? You'll only be more ruthless than me and try your best to get rid of the target." The T6 combatant's calf was kicked by Yi Qian. The combat boots were quite heavy, and the toe and heel of the boots were very hard. In addition, Yi Qian had been carrying weights on his legs when he was training with Principal Chun. As such, this kick caused the T6 combatant so much pain that his calf bone felt like it had cracked. When he dodged the kick, he saw Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to be kicked, secretly moving his ankle around. The T6 combatant gloated a little. So it turned out that Q King was also in pain. He had thought that he was not in pain. Don't give her a chance to make a move. Feeling that the pain in his calf had subsided a little, Xia Jinyuan reminded his comrades to prevent them from getting kicked by her again. This was also the first time he had experienced the strength of her legs. Once he got kicked, the pain would be unimaginably painful. When Yi Qian heard that, her eyes flickered as she marked the first target as the pigeon. Before the three of them could attack again, Yi Qian, who was holding onto the end of the silver wire, kicked at the pigeon with a murderous aura. In the snow, her figure was as agile as a cheetah as she took the initiative to attack with the ferocity of a beast. Uncle Chun had said that in a desperate situation, the only way to survive was to take the initiative to counterattack. She needed to win a chance of survival for herself so she had to take the initiative to counterattack. When the pigeon saw this, her expression changed. Chapter 1670. At this moment, Yiqian had already entered a state of confrontation between himself and the enemy. He was going to use his true abilities to take on 3 people at once. If he had accepted the challenge with the mentality that they were all familiar with each other, the first person he would have killed would have been her. Besides, her target was herself. Feeling a chill in her heart, Pigeon was no longer swayed by personal feelings. At this moment, a hint of a smile flashed across Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Very good. She was able to quickly find a weak spot to attack, even when she was surrounded. This meant that she did not panic and had remained calm all this while. In that case, let's see how far she can go. T6 block her path of retreat. The cold and emotionless Major Xia did not even remember that he was still the female soldier's boyfriend. He only had one goal now, which was to teach this female soldier a lesson. Let her remember this lesson. As an all-around A soldier, how could Xia Jinyuan's close combat skills be bad? Seeing that Yi Qian was using Pigeon as an opening to attack, he threw out a punch to support his comrade. His fist was aimed at Yi Qian's shoulder. Yi Qian ignored his attack and continued to kick Pigeon to the side. While she was dodging left and right, she suddenly grabbed something in her left hand and threw it forward. Something unexpected happened, and the battle turned around in an instant. Pigeon felt something cold and soft like silk wrap around the back of her neck. Then she saw Yi Qian tug at it with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, her neck was wrapped tightly by the foreign object. Instinctively, Pigeon tried to pull off the foreign object wrapped around her neck with one hand, but it turned out to be thin and slippery. There was no way she could pull it out with her bare hands. At the same time, Yi Qian's shoulder was punched hard by Xia Jinyuan's fist. Meanwhile, the T6 soldier kicked Yi Qian's knee. The moment Yi Qian, who had been attacked from above and below, let go of the silver wire in his hand, he was knocked to the ground by the 2 Special Forces soldiers. Even so, Yi Qian did not fall to the ground because of the heavy object. Instead, he quickly propped himself up on his elbows and rolled continuously in the snow. I've been taken care of. The pigeon removed the thing that was wrapped around his neck. If Yi Qian had not let go of him when he fell to the ground, he would have been knocked unconscious by this thing. It wasn't to the extent of suffocation. He wasn't that easy to deal with. But if they were on the battlefield, Yi Qian definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to finish off his enemy. Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised. Not bad. She could still deal with the pigeons under such circumstances. Not only was she calm, but she also knew how to plan. Not bad, continue, he said in a low voice. He did not wait for Yi Qian, who was covered in snow, to get up. Like a wild wolf pouncing on its prey, he began to attack Yi Qian again. Yi Qian, who had been rolling continuously, was forced into an extremely sorry state by him. When his military boot kicked him in the back, Yi Qian thought he would spit out a mouthful of blood. That kind of pain was even more intense than the pain of getting injured during training. It came at a moment's notice. Even after a long time, he still felt the same pain as when he was kicked. It was as if he had been pressing on the most painful acupoint, and he could not get over it at all. When his brain received the pain transmitted by his neurons, Yi Qian's cerebral cortex was so tense that even wearing a helmet felt like it was a hindrance. It had been 27 minutes since he was discovered. T6 and Xia Jinyuan attacked Yi Qian from the front and back. Both of their fists and thighs landed on Yi Qian's body. They were not randomly hitting and kicking him, but they were all very skillful. Yi Qian couldn't even remember how many times he had rolled in the snow. Every time he rolled and stood up, he would grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Still not going to admit defeat? Xia Jinyuan asked with a smile. His fist was aimed at Yi Qian's face. Little fox, you dare to use your own life to test by he. Now, do you still dare to use the same trick to test her? Chapter 1671. Admit defeat? Yi Qian, who was enduring the excruciating pain without making a sound, sneered. Admit defeat? She had already lost completely in her previous life. In this life, she could forget about admitting defeat, much less lowering her head. She had already been entangled with them for nearly half an hour, so she did not know how the Infernal was doing. Without Q King around, the Infernal still had a chance of winning against the Snowfield Brigade with his combat skills. Furthermore, Sea Anemone and Sea Thorn were both army scouts, so they would provide a lot of help to the Storm Commandos who were not familiar with fighting in the snow. She could not admit defeat. The Infernal's hunting operation was not over yet. She had to do her best to pin down Q King and give the Infernal more hope of defeating the Snowfield Brigade. She had to think of a way to pin down Q King while also trying her best to get away. Tilting his head, Yi Qian crossed his arms to block Xia Jinyuan's fist that was swinging at his face. He replied with a ruthless expression, "No." Then he raised his leg and kicked at the Infernal's lower abdomen at lightning speed. This kick made the T6 combatant feel pain for Xia Jinyuan. There was a thin diaphragm between the abdomen and the chest. Anyone who knew how to fight knew very well that as long as the opponent was hit there, he would definitely be rolling on the ground in pain. Moreover, Yi Qian's kick was quite strong. He had probably specially trained to make up for the lack of strength in his arms. If it were not for their thick skin and thick flesh, their bones would have been fractured or fractured by this kick. After Q King took such a kick, the T6 combatant felt like his teeth were going to ache. How painful would that be? Fortunately, he only staggered a few steps. He shrugged his shoulders in a very masculine manner and twisted his neck. Without any hesitation, he raised his leg again and kicked at Yi Qian. It was fine if he did not admit defeat, but he had to admit his mistake. He had to take a good look at what a real battlefield was like, what a real fight to the death would be like. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved into a smile as he stared at the pair of dark eyes that were glowing with a strange light. However, the coldness in his eyes did not subside at all as he stared at Yi Qian viciously. "You're so beautiful, so good, and so stubborn. How could you make such a low-level mistake?" When he thought of Yi Qian's previous mistakes, Xia Jinyuan's gaze turned even colder. He gestured to T6, and the two of them attacked Yi Qian from the front and back again. When T6's fist and Xia Jinyuan's right leg landed on Yi Qian's body, the pigeons who were watching the battle from close range pursed their lips and couldn't help worrying for Yi Qian. Sitting in the command center, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army held their breaths. They were all waiting to see how Yi Qian would escape from this hopeless situation. But this time, it would be difficult. Both of them had used their full strength. If she wanted to escape again, it would be difficult. Before they could think of the word difficult, the two high-ranking officers suddenly clapped their hands and said in unison, "Good, beautiful." Yi Qian had already wrapped her arms around the T6 combatant's waist and inserted her right leg between his legs. Then she abruptly hooked the T6 combatant's left leg and performed a beautiful Mongolian-style wrestling. She actually tripped the T6 combatant. That's right, he really tripped the 8-meter-tall and strong T6 combatant. Bam! The two of them fell into the snow together. When the T6 combatant fell, he pulled Yi Qian down with him and shouted at the same time, "Lock it tight." Yi Qian's dagger, which had never left his hand, was moving towards the T6 combatant's neck. When the tip of the dagger was close to the skin of his neck, an extremely sharp kick came from behind her. Together with a howling north wind, a heavy object landed heavily on her back. Chapter 1672. Xia Jinyuan had kicked Yi Qian in the back again. Yi Qian, who had fallen forward, gasped when the T6 combatant's helmet hit his abdomen. Yi Qian, who was in so much pain that he felt like he had been run over by a car, rolled off the T6 combatant and grabbed a handful of snow with both hands to throw at the head of the black figure who was pouncing on him. At this moment, Yi Qian was in so much pain that his vision was a little blurry. The only thing he could rely on was the north wind to keep his mind clear and not let himself pass out from the pain. The T6 combatant got up from the snow while rubbing his neck. That was close. His throat had almost been slit just now. What a terrifying Xianxia. Her attack was so vicious. However, when a single soldier encountered such a predicament on the battlefield, they were all thinking of taking out as many enemies as they could. Although Xianxia's attack was vicious, it had to be this way. Furthermore, Q King was pressuring Xianxia to make her realize the cruelty of the battlefield. Victory could only be won by relying on actual skills and not by making use of so-called sympathy. How could there be any sympathy when it came to meeting a bullet head-on? There was only a fight to the death. Yi Qian grabbed 2 clumps of snow and threw them over. Other than being blinded by the snow for a second, Xia Jinyuan's speed did not change at all. In fact, he did not even pause for a second. On the battlefield, he was a fearless soldier who fought for victory. His right hand had already grabbed Yi Qian's ankle like a fierce crocodile out of the water, biting down on its prey. His handsome face was cold and ruthless as he planned to drag Yi Qian upside down across the snow. Right now, he was telling her very seriously and responsibly what a captive would experience. What would the outcome be if she risked her life to test the waters? Q King is probably angry. The Major General narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen with a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, he wants Xianxia to forever remember that when the day comes when the people she is most familiar with start fighting with each other, her previous actions were undoubtedly suicidal. The correct method should be like what we are doing now. As long as we still have a breath of life, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we need to rise up. The Navy commander nodded in agreement. That's true, but Xianxia's performance is remarkable. As long as she can stand up, she will fight back. She's fighting 1 against 3, and they're 3 male Special Forces soldiers. It's quite impressive that she lasted for half an hour. Yes, but it's still a little difficult to escape. Major General Liu did not think that Yi Qian had completely lost. When Xia Jinyuan grabbed her ankle and dragged her along, she was still able to fight back and break free again. It was enough to show how strong her desire to escape was. As long as he didn't admit defeat, he still had a chance to live. The T6 combatant pulled back his fist as he gritted his teeth so hard that a few of his teeth seemed to have cracked. You have no strength, Xianxia. Gritting his teeth and shaking his hands, the T6 combatant cooperated well with Xia Jinyuan. He either attacked from the left and right, or from the front and back. Although his face and body were aching from Yi Qian's punches, it did not affect the speed of his attacks. Yi Qian, indeed, did not have much strength left. She could faintly feel her legs trembling in pain. There was no part of her body that did not hurt. The punches to her chest seemed to have knocked her internal organs out of alignment. You can admit defeat now, Xianxia. Xia Jinyuan, who blocked her way out, spoke coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the swaying figure. He said coldly, "This is a battlefield. Do you still dare to stretch your neck out?" Chapter 1673. Little Fox, your intelligence should be the great wisdom of strategizing and fighting from thousands of miles away, not the petty cleverness of a villain. Yi Qian, whose arm was trembling from the beating, took a deep breath and tried his best to clench his trembling fingers into a fist. Then, he threw another punch straight at the T6 combatant. She did not want to talk to them. She would rather use all the energy she had to talk to fight. They watched as she was knocked down again and stood up again and again. As Yi Qian stood up again and again, the battlefield moved closer to the edge of the forest. Every time Yi Qian stood up again, he would face the 2 combatants attacking him with an awe-inspiring and fearless attitude. He would grit his teeth and endure the severe pain in his body as he threw punches and kicks. He would fight with extreme calmness. She would escape, and the time for her to escape was getting closer and closer. As long as she reached the edge of the forest, she would definitely be able to escape. Xia Jinyuan's deep black eyes flickered with a faint light. He looked thoughtfully at the forest covered in thick snow, and a cold smile appeared on his thin lips. Very good. She still hasn't given up on escaping. Most of the time, it wasn't that you didn't have a chance to escape, but that you didn't hold on any longer and just gave up. You gave up on survival and chose death. Xia Jinyuan, who had discovered Yi Qian's plan, pursed his thin lips tightly. His combat boots stomped fiercely in the snow. After suppressing the strange look in his eyes, the young major dealt the final blow to Yi Qian. Q King, Xianxia, the T6 combatant and pigeon shouted. Seeing their familiar figure fly out like a kite with its string cut and fall heavily into the snow, the two combatants' hearts trembled. Pigeon had already run over. Before she ran off, she did not forget to glare fiercely at her captain. Wasn't this a little too ruthless? Even if there was a plan to capture her, it shouldn't have been this ruthless. Q King, are you crazy? The T6 combatant scolded in a low voice. You could have captured her just now. So why did you have to kick her at the end? Aren't you afraid of seriously injuring her? Xiaojinyuan's eyelids trembled as he watched the pigeon run towards the figure that had yet to get up and was about 3 meters away from him. While the T6 combatant was not paying attention, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last glimmer of light in his eyes had disappeared. He looked at the T6 combatant and said coldly, "It's better to be seriously injured by my kicks than to be captured and tortured by the enemy. More than any of you, I don't want to see her seriously injured, and I don't want to see her beaten into the snow and motionless. But I'd rather be the one teaching her a lesson now. Nah." There was a hint of hoarseness and bitterness in his cold voice. It was low and heavy, like bitter gourd juice in Coptis. It was bitter, astringent, sour, and forbearing. It instantly made T6's heart ache. He looked at his captain and then at the figure who had yet to stand up. He loosened his clenched fists and took a deep breath. Can we end this now? Can you take her back now? Was it over? Could he take her back now? Without really capturing Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at the T6 combatant and walked forward with his long legs. Qing Yao, Yi Qian, how are you? Are you all right? Pigeon had already run to Yi Qian's side. Just as he was half kneeling and reaching out, his hand froze.